Uh,
All right,
Gotta
I
make-
got the recording started.
All right.
gotta keep you all waiting.
In anticipation.
Exactly. You get it.
Patient.
Although before we get started, I am going to pause and go to the banyo.
All right. Any last-minute preparations? I have done a once-over of your character sheets, so everything does check out.
Oh, good.
Nobody has anything they're not supposed to, is what you're
The
saying.
secret buffs. that we
Nobody
all-
has all the artificer feats that can be made into an airship overnight.
It's like, Foscra, why do you have Tough and Sentinel already at level 3?
Lizard folk bonus feats.
Yes, indeed. I just got to level 18 in my other campaign literally 2 hours ago.
Wow.
Yeah. We spent
higher than
30
ever.
minutes. We spent 30 minutes before taking a long rest to determine what I was going to do with Wish before I got my level 9 spell slot back again.
Oh. Oh no.
We settled on I'm just going to conjure a Hero's Feast.
With Wish?
What a waste.
No, it's,
Look, I'm
it's
gonna
fine.
get the spell slot back because we literally just had a long ended the session with a long rest.
Still.
What you need is another week to think about it.
Yeah. Gotta really
Well,
mull
now
it
I
over.
have another wish spell, and we have all the buffs from Hero's Feast.
You should wish for an infinite number of cats.
No.
I asked
Yes.
the DM if I could wish for everyone to have a clone.
Oh no. An evil clone.
Everybody gets a simulacrum.
I was also thinking that, and the DM's just like, no, you can't do that.
A simulacrum with global warming the way it is now. That's simulacrums are made of ice. If anybody doesn't know.
I thought it was snow.
Well, snow, the same thing, same difference.
Here's a better wish. I cast Awaken on everything in a 1 mile radius.
Oh no.
Oh.
Like someone was in the party was like, why don't you just wish for the big bad evil guy to be disintegrated? And the DM's like, oh no, what's he going to do? He's the empire of an entire kingdom. Oh wait, the clerics are just going to cast greater restoration or resurrection.
That's why you just wish that he never existed in the first place. Can't resurrect what never was.
Yeah, but what if he has an identical twin that's actually good?
Knowing fate, he'd simply be replaced with something worse.
My DM's fiat might be a little red car, but it carries much power behind it. I'm a fan of the monkey's paw philosophy for the wish spell. Not like you'll ever get it in this campaign.
Yeah.
So
Well, of course not. I'm a barbarian. Why would I have a wish?
Yes. Why would you have a wish? It's a great question.
Because there was a magical necklace that was all on the neck of around the neck of this wizard that I killed at some point.
Is
that what those teeth are?
I had to wish for stronger teeth.
I'll just magical secrets wish. Not that I can use it at level 6, but I'll have it.
It will exist.
Uh,
Well, that's a dog. You know the rules.
That is the old man. Indeed.
You know the rules, and so do I.
Oh no.
The Kenku has
That's a
downloaded
ritual
Rick
list.
Astley. Yes.
So, question, because this is our second session. How do we start the sessions? Do we start it with a player recap? Do we start it with a game master recap?
Oh, let me fucking.
I do a slight recap. If there are details you feel that I've missed or are pertinent/relevant, you are welcome to chip in. Also for posterity, if my mic starts cutting out as it did last time, yell at me. That will be a time you are permitted to yell at me without consequence. So feel free.
What shall we do with this power?
Abuse it.
That's the cue for you.
And everybody wonders why they don't want them around.
Oh.
Listen, I am a victim of circumstance.
You just killed someone at a festival.
Yeah, and he was gonna fuck over my people, so
There were kids there. They saw you murder someone in cold
Yeah.
blood.
Now
Nah,
they're
they were looking
the
at the
only
afterlife.
person that saw me do it was Fenton. Everybody else was distracted by the sky falling.
and now Fenton is going to be scarred for life.
This is.
I don't know.
Oh,
He
no.
seemed rather chill about the whole ordeal.
I'm sure it'll get worse.
All right.
Listen,
That's the
if he says
PTSD
anything
story
about it,
for me.
then he might find a invisible dagger in his back. Who knows?
An invisible dagger.
Now, children, I believe we are beginning.
I hear the music.
All right. So, last time on the Stained Glass Lands, the party converged at the Twin Blade Cities, a small town bordering the Inari Dynasty to the south and New Kylax to the north. A city-state that prides itself on its own independence. Still, a majority of Ulpinal population worships the stars and abides by the celebrations that Vulpinal culture in general upholds, including the night of the meteorite showers known as Irika's Tears. The six of you converge that day to a special little market square, and in the process of one evening, events took place. You met each other, you met some people, and then as the meteor shower was falling, the stars quite literally fell unexpectedly, crashing into the city below. You were transported to this half realm, this not quite sure if it was illusory or secondary, existing in the same location, two locations at once, this astral plane, in which you fought a slew of creatures. You fought 3 hags and one sort of beast that pulled itself free from its legs pinned underneath a fallen asteroid. Once the hags had been slain, you returned back to the prime material, the location you're from, and met with the guard captain of the Twin Blade cities, a Vulpinal named Ido, who brought you to the Orange Tail Tavern, sat you down, and essentially gave you an ultimatum. You recovered what is known as a shard of Irika, or one of Irika's tears, quite literally. A small, sort of maroon-ish gemstone that Reed pocketed and promptly gave to Foshka, who holds it now. Captain Ido said he does not wish to be caught between the rock of an Inari dynasty and the hard place of the Ochre Kingdom to the north in search of it, since the last time the tears fell, it spelt war between especially the Inari dynasty, who considers it their birthright to own these locations, these things of the stars, and from his own prophecy, he made the decision to let you keep the stone in exchange for being let out of the city in one piece. He gave you the tavern for the night, where you got to know each other a little bit better, stay the night, rest and recuperate, and prepare for the journey ahead. The night is pleasant. It's still quite warm this time of year, this south, and it's a misty morning as the sun begins to rise through the windows of this quite upscale tavern. What is it you'd like to do? There are a few things that must be done, including One, your goal is to find a route to Astelheim, a city in the northern mountains of the Stained Glass Lands, where Captain Ido mentioned the location of a seer known as Lady Eleanor, who is, to your knowledge, the leader of a group of individuals known as the Watchers of a New Dawn. Your goal is to get there. You and these 5 other strange individuals that happened to be in that market square that day. What is your plan? What are you doing in the morning? How would you like to proceed?
I would like to be standing outside of Fenton's door when he wakes up.
So you're waiting outside until you hear rustling and eventually a door popping open.
You hear lots of whistling and for an annoyingly long time as Fenton gets ready before the door finally opens.
What a horribly cheery individual.
Alright. Fenton,
Morning,
the
people.
door creaks open and you see Chain standing right there.
Good
Fenton.
morning. Shane.
I would like you to do me a favor. If you would.
And what is that?
Keep what you saw last night to yourself.
I have no intention of volunteering any information about you.
That's good to hear. That's all.
That being said, understand that if I am asked directly, not lie. Luckily, we don't plan to come back to the Twin Blades anytime soon, though.
I'm not concerned about the Twin Blade Guards. They're... How do you say... I don't have the word that I'm looking to say, but they're a bit foolish. They drop the ball quite often. I don't expect you to fully understand, but it is quite hard for someone like me to get off on the right foot with others. So, just like I said, keep it to yourself.
Very well, I can do that.
And then Chain will head down for breakfast or getting ready or whatever happens next.
There's the pleasant smell of something being cooked up by the rather irate barkeep, whose sole responsibility of the tavern has been granted by the guard captain to get ready for you. You can see him kind of seated near a window, one leg crossed over the other, reading some sort of paper.
That
But
smell
there is
will
food.
wake Reed from his half-lucid state. And he'll stand up with every single section of his spine popping. And will make his way down to the commons. Straight to the barkeep. And he'll say, I greatly enjoyed our interaction yesterday. Now I am hungry.
Right, that's what I'm here for. Well, that makes one of us in terms of enjoying it. What is it you're interested in? Just anything? I know your kind will probably just pick up whatever scraps you find, right?
I am interested in luxury.
Well, that can be done too, I guess. And he kind of slams it shut, places it on the table, stands, and rummages back into the kitchen.
Yes.
The only change of smell is the addition of some luxury spices. You can smell something like cloves, cinnamon, a little bit of saffron in the air.
Jane would probably notice just the singular drip of drool come down and drop onto the floor.
Alright.
I'll have whatever he's having.
You will all, I guess. I'm not making more than just one batch. Comes the voice from inside.
Are you sure? I am certain you are being compensated, yes?
In gold and not time.
Then you should cook quickly.
There's a sigh that can be heard from through the little chamber leading into the tavern's kitchen. But soon there is a plate of more breakfasty foods. Inari food is quite heavily spiced, focused more on fresh, individual tastes. It comes from the sort of southern jungle. The food here isn't as fresh as it could be. There's more of a focus on the dried ingredients, but it's quite nice. It's definitely an upscale establishment.
So this is what spices taste like.
Yeah.
This will do nicely. I'm going to shove it in my pack. I will have more.
You can roll me an insight check.
God.
13.
It's very clear that despite the chagrin of this barkeep, he seems to take a pride in the food he cooked, and that was immediately destroyed by Claus grabbing it and shoving it inside a pack. You can see his eyes widen, him kind of take a half step back. Is that how you're going to treat what I bring out for you? Do you have no concept of quality or taste? I don't know what I expected.
I am going to enjoy what I do to this food greatly.
Are you supposed to eat it?
I don't like the
Yes.
sound of that.
Oh,
Yes.
Shane grabs his food and takes another step away from Reed.
Right, I have just the thing for you. He motions over to the back. You can hear some rummaging around. There's the sound of a sort of meat hook clattering to the ground. And he brings out this sort of leg of cured something. It's difficult to tell what. And he just places it in front of Reed.
Is it massive?
It's quite large. It's not, humongous. It's something that can be carried, but that's for you, and have the bone to gnaw on, I guess.
Ah, you do understand. I'd like to identify this meat. Is it something that I recognize?
It's pork of some
Okay.
kind.
Umbilical ham.
Right. Breakfast is served. The day begins.
That also goes in the pack.
Oh my god.
Reed is more pack than he is bone.
That is true.
Is there an innkeeper as well, or just the barkeep's the only one here?
Just the barkeep for now. It seems that everybody else has been cleared off.
I would like to speak with him as well after finishing breakfast.
Just after he sits down and opens his newspaper, he glances towards you. What do you want?
Well, good morning. Thank you for the meal. It was quite enjoyable.
You're welcome. I'm glad someone enjoyed it.
I did. I'm fairly unfamiliar with this region's dishes. It was delightful. I
It
understand.
didn't keep well, I'll let you know.
I can't speak for the traveling companions with me, but I can apologize on his behalf.
What
In
is
any
it
case,
like to know?
I understand it was a rather chaotic evening, but have you by chance seen or heard of a bronze dragonborn currently in the city. One who talks entirely too much.
Well, that goes for most bronze dragonborn, I'll have you know, but if you're looking for those that stopped by my shop, yes, there was one that left 2 days ago.
Did he by chance leave anything with you?
No. But he did mention that I would have a surprising evening, so I guess he was a prophet of some kind.
I imagine he must be. Granted, I expected him to be following behind me, not in front of me. But
Who is he to you?
a mentor of mine, a friend.
I do know who you're talking about, and he has quite a bit of reputation, but not this far south.
Yes. I'm not aware of last time he traveled here. But should he come back, asking his regular several thousand questions, could you pass this along to him? And I'll pull out a letter, just tri-folded and sealed with a wax depiction of 2 dragons chasing each other in a circle.
He grabs the letter, takes a look at the symbol, glances back up at you. Seems to be a bit of understanding in his eyes. Gives a slight shrug and a smile. You know, I always think bards are best suited for singing, not asking questions, but in the spirit of friendliness, I will give it to him should he turn up.
Much appreciated. And I'll slide a silver piece to him as well.
Pockets it. Was that all?
That is it. And enjoy your morning, and thank you again.
I'll enjoy what's left of it. He turns back to his paper.
Little bird, we'll say, kind of sidling up the chain. Hello.
Yes.
I have a question for you. You said you've never left the city.
I did.
Do you know where the street-living wretches of the city are?
I know just about every corner of this city like the back of my hand.
He just kind of stares for a minute.
There's just a full minute of just awkward staring between the two.
In case it was not obvious, I would like to visit that place that you know.
Are we bringing everybody with us, or?
I do not see the need for others to come. If you can direct me there, I will simply go.
Do you have a map?
I have a memory of words. Tell me.
Chain will describe to him kind of where the lower strato lives.
It's on the Minotaur side of the city where the laws differ slightly between the Vulpinal side. There's a larger disparity between the more powerful and wealthy Minotaur and the sort of slums of the outskirts of the city where most of the Kenku reside.
Good, as I expect from the cows. I am going to go and conclude my breakfast. I will meet you here later. Reed will leave.
Can I interject before Reed walks out?
Sure. You can see Reed turning towards the door as you stumble downstairs.
I would say it's more like an angry stomping. First met with the sound of a once heard before slamming of a door, this time being slammed open instead of closed.
No door is
Seems like
safe.
Fashka is very easy to track as he wanders through this tavern, regardless of where you are.
The Ignan never invented doors.
The
As-
door confuses, befuddles, and enrages the Ignan.
Coming down the stairs, again, heavy footfalls, the slight jingling of the beads and decorations in his hair as he puts a lot of weight and strength into each step, and as he comes down, he's like smoldering, not like fully enraged, but there's a slight glow underneath his scales as that inner fire is rising. He looks around the area, head snapping back and forth until he sees Reed by the door, and his eyes lock onto Reed. Reed, and he stomps over to him, very, very energetically, very quickly.
Reed is just going to give a snarl and a grimace and face the lizard with 10 times his mass head on.
And with one hand clutched around a slightly blackened piece of paper, and the other free hand, he's going to reach to try to grab Reed's throat.
Okay. Interesting. Go ahead and roll a contested grapple check. So that would be an athletics. Are you raging currently?
No, not fully.
No. All right.
I'm going to allow this because I'm curious.
Okay. Yeah, your hands wrap around Reed's throat. It's a very, very thin throat. And you can't really feel much of a pulse, but...
And I'll hold on to his arms.
Reed, I must apologize for what I said last night, but your head is required to save one more important. And so I find myself needing to stain my honor and take what I need.
And I start squeezing.
Reed is going to pulse positive energy into himself and cause the symbiotic entity to awaken.
Interesting.
And the air is going to grow murky and sickly yellow around the two.
James just has his fucking his talons kicked up on the table watching.
What are you doing, Fashka Reed?
Well, I was waiting to see if that symbiotic thing was gonna have any effect or whatnot.
No, you're just breathing it in.
Ah. Okay.
The saves will come later. Now decide, how hard are you squeezing?
Oh, as
Very squeezing.
I was gonna say, the longer he holds on, it's like he's just adding more and more pressure. He doesn't like almost resistant, but still needing to do it. Moving to like kind of pin Reed against the wall as well and add the extra body weight as he leans more into it. Just those red ember-like eyes that he has, just glaring and bearing down, fangs and teeth bared in a snarl. And he's just breathing heavily as he puts more and more pressure onto Reed's throat.
You lied about your loyalties.
I did not lie.
Then is it for your people that you're strangling me?
It is for someone that I must do everything for. And your head is the price.
Already died once. And I am going to, with my hands grasped onto them, I'm going to cast Hold Person on this barbarian, if I can.
You're certainly welcome to. The rest of you can see Foshka essentially just holding Reed against the wall, quite angry for some reason. Very different than last night, but go ahead and roll a wisdom saving throw, Foshka.
The DC to beat is a 14.
Foshka, you can feel some sort of paralytic essence transmit from these spores around you and sort of seizing your muscles, tensing them together, holding it taut. Your mind still works, your eyes work, but it's difficult, impossible to move.
Does that mean that my stranglehold on him is just stuck there now?
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Unless I can force it off against a barbarian.
So now just paralyzed, unable to squeeze more.
But
Eyes
now,
going wider and wildly looking as you see the strain in his eyes as he tries to just move even a single muscle to continue what he needs to do.
and one of Reed's hands as he's being strangled is just going to slowly, single pointing finger outstretched, move towards one of Foshkra's eyes. You want to join me in death? Is that it?
I speak or no?
With Hold Person, you cannot. Since this is going to be more of an initiative thing, Hold Person has a timed round. What are you doing in this round, Reed?
I'm currently the player Ferb is thinking. Reed will like almost tauntingly say, "It would be so easy to kill you right now. But I'll take my hand away from his eye and I will... Do I remember where he put Erica's tear?
Where
Wherever
did you
he
put
stashed
Eric's
it?
tear?
It is tucked tightly within the sash about his waist.
I'll let you use an action to roll an investigation check to see if you can find it in the span of one round.
Investigation. My best skill.
Yeah, sort of following the contours of where Foshka's sort of storage along his body is, you can narrow it down to the satchel in which it is kept and rummage around and pluck it within your hands.
Oh, I said sash, not satchel.
Oh, sash, pardon me, sash.
Yeah.
I'm going to hold it open in front of his eyes and say, "This is your purpose now. Everything else secondary. Let's
With-
go."
You see, with that statement alone, his anger, his eyes just glare even more because it's the only emotion he can have, way to transmit emotion right now. But that line made him even angrier.
Go ahead and roll me another wisdom saving throw to see if you can resist the effects of this hold person.
Okay.
You beat it.
That little moment of anger is enough to sort of twist free from this paralytic spell. You can feel your muscles free up, loosen.
With that feeling that he's going to shake Reed and bounce him up against the wall
No.
again. And in his other hand, the one that's holding like the slightly blackened letter, it's only blackened from the heat of his inner rage of fire. It's curled, it's wrinkled. He holds it up in front of Reed.
I'll read it.
All right. Let me just copy that from what.
And
I
then about
received.
6 or 7 seconds later, he'll ask, "What does it say?"
Let me just send it to you.
Psst, I don't think Reed can read.
Ah,
Oh.
I see.
Ah.
Look, he knows some words. He's traveled. But it's kind of hard to find a Knoll school, if you know what I mean.
Gotcha.
There is nothing in this world that is more important than what I have already pledged myself to. It is the jackal. He demands your head, or he shall take my brothers.
So, he knows I didn't die.
You are not dead yet, for it is against my very pride of like none of who I am. I do not want to, but I want to. Have no choice, you see. Protect all my brothers who make that choice.
He's gonna squeeze just more. Hand shaking. He's fighting his rage from building up.
You want a world without the jackal. If you want a world without the jackal, I'll give it to you with a crown of stars.
That word may be too late. I must protect my people now.
Then I will protect Talani now from you. And with that, the spores he's been breathing in are going to start sickening him. I am going to attempt to struggle out of the grip.
All right. Just a brief second before things go too far, I do want to ask. I know PvP was discussed earlier in this during the session 0, but This is mostly for Foshka and Reed. Do you believe that this situation can be resolved without the death of one player character?
Out of character, if there's a plan that could be agreed upon, possibly, that Foshka can understand and agree with.
I will pop that fucking jackal like a balloon.
Before Foshka gets to him or not, or after.
As soon as possible.
All right. So I just wanted to mention that I sincerely hope this this ends without one character dying. So that is up to you two to decide. Do let me know if there's something that cannot be resolved in a way that wouldn't compromise who your character is, and then we can either backtrack or take a step to remedy that. But do continue on. Reed, you are trying to wriggle free and allow the spores to dig into Foshka, so it is your turn at the moment. Go ahead and roll a contested athletics check to attempt to break free.
15.
Go ahead and roll 1-2, Foshka.
Ah.
Alright.
He's not trying.
What is the effect of these spores?
Probably it would have just weakened and surprised him enough to allow me to win that athletics check and escape. And as soon as I am free, I am going to be casting invisibility.
Alright. You can see Reed essentially just pull free after the kind of like gnats, the spores cluster in on you, sending you sort of coughing and pulling back instinctively. You can see Reed take a step back and shroud himself in this cloud he has released and cease to be seen.
And I am making a run out of the tavern.
You can see Foshka. Well, cannot see Foshka. You cannot see Reed leave, but you can see the door briefly swing open.
Reed! Reed!
He's going to like slam the door open and just look around for him.
I don't know if your mic can transmit Foshka's anger.
Handle the depths
Oh.
of your range.
Maybe I need to turn noise canceling off.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, coughing, yelling, growling, trying to get slamming open the door to look around and try to figure out, like, try to see any sign of where he went.
I mean,
Go
there's
ahead
like
and roll a stealth check, Reed, with an advantage. Since you are invisible. Foshka, go ahead and roll perception.
there are like some vague signs, just like the scent of Reed.
Foshka, you slam open the door, see a somewhat busy market square in the morning. There seems to be some renovation efforts for the destruction that happened overnight, but no sign of Reed, who has disappeared into the crowd and beyond.
Good job.
So he's just taking a few minutes, just casting his gaze back and forth, before stomping back inside and looking at both Fenton and Shane, breathing heavily, like.
And do you care
He
to
has the
explain-
stone.
Hmm. Well, I would like to trust that he would come back, but I am not entirely sure, Foshkra.
It matters not. I know what I need to do.
And what is that?
Protect my people, as I always have.
Is there a way that you can do that without killing Reed? He seems like kind of the one that knows where to go.
If the one who sent this letter, but he isn't Daruzad. He is the one who threatens my people.
Is that on the way to Estelheim by chance?
I do not know.
It is a considerable detour, but it is also a safe distance, Foshkra. Does he have eyes on you here?
He is the, I would say, the master of the Crossbloods and Daruzad. The mercenary group of which I and Reed belong. But Reed has left without permission, and so they demand his head. His head and one very much more important.
And do you have a deadline? It would seem to me that Reed's path leads back to Turisaz, but just in a more roundabout way. Could you not play it out until then?
There is no telling with this one. He is mad. He cares not for life, for honor. He does not care. He merely wants what he wants and will do what he wants to get it. And when things stop being entertaining to him, then he does whatever will be entertaining.
And your people are in his captivity under his thumb in one way or another?
If they were under captivity by him, then he would not be alive and there would be no crossbloods within Daruzad. No. My people travel the suns, place to place. But I cannot let a threat hang over their heads. It is my place to protect them. It is my duty.
Oshkra, I see your dilemma and I see your convictions in this. But from my perspective, there is time. The sands are far, Turizaz is far.
But I do not know how much time, and I cannot make that risk. Would you risk the very few people that you have?
No, I would not, nor do I trust the Knoll, but as you have pointed out, he has the stone. And as Jane has pointed out, he seems to have our next destination in mind.
There is another place, as I mentioned last night. A place known to the folk of the land. It is north as well. So he is not the only one with answers. But I cannot think of a way to not have to take his head. I do not want to take his head. But I will do what I must.
What if we just took the Anubian's head?
Anubian. Anubian. What Anubian?
Jackal, whatever you called them.
Foshker's
Jackal's
gonna
arm.
take the letter and just like slam it down on the table.
The laughing jackal is no Nubian, he is a Null. He is a devious, cruel, disgusting thing.
Shane's gonna pick up the letter and try to read it around all the singeing.
I'll post it in the handouts channel.
The handouts channel.
Legend lore,
no.
last one.
As Shane reads the letter, Leora is going to come in. She was standing outside of the rage zone because she heard stuff going on and was not willing to risk anything for these strangers quite yet.
Outside the rage zone.
And splash
She just
radius.
heard a bunch of noise and was like, I don't think she's ready to get involved in that yet.
Also on cue, Lorenz probably lazily stepping down the stairs. His fur is unkempt, standing up all on end over his like neck and his face, and he's dragging his bag behind him, and he looks very tired.
You look bushy-tailed. Not bright-eyed, but bushy-tailed.
Am I supposed to take that as a compliment? He falls into a seat, just literally letting the chair take his weight as he sort of lets his face rest on the table.
You can see the barkeep, really, really annoyed, starts sweeping up some of the spores on the ground.
Boshkra, tell me, is your brother in the sense?
He is with my people. So yes, he is in the Suns.
And you
Or
don't
at least he
think
was the last time I saw him.
you do not think your people have enough defenses to prevent this one incursion?
I would bet the strength of my clan against anyone who would come to harm them.
Perhaps we can send a warning in advance then.
Kind of blinks and just stares at Fenton.
You do not think that I have already thought of such a thing. But how long get to the Suns, to get to the Ignan Sanctuary, and then to my people? They do not stay in one place. We move around as the ever-shifting dunes of the sands themselves.
If I can find another keeper, I might be able to get a letter to Bazigdara at the very least in reasonable time. From
And
there, I cannot speak for sure, but we occasionally have connections with the Red Cows. I'm sure they could find a group of nomads. It's a possibility, at least.
Foshker's gonna close his eyes, and he's just breathing heavy for a moment. The glow dimming slightly as he's trying to get himself more under, get his anger under control. A practice that he's still, even after many years, not fully capable of, but
You would do this for an Ignon. You would do this for somebody you have just met.
It is not a steep burden. Information exists to be shared, and if there's information that can benefit your people, then of course. In truth, I am very, very curious as to where this path is leading us, and I do not want the knoll to be frightened away. You are welcome to change your mind down the road, Foshkra, but for now, I would like more answers before you make any decisions.
Where are they? I don't see them around.
Reed has scampered off. And
Oh,
he
yeah,
has the stone.
Missed all the fun.
Lorenz kind of pulls himself up and leans against the back of the chair. He looks a bit dumbfounded.
It's been an exciting morning, Lorenz.
Do
Then-
I even want to know?
You tell me.
I'm the one asking you.
I mean, I'll happily share.
Mom and Dad fought, and Mom took the stone in the divorce. So,
Wait a minute. Yeah, that's fair.
Wait, was that said in character or out of character?
Out of character.
the chain that was said in character.
Alright,
That's
so
what I was wondering.
Oh.
So Foshker's now just looking at Shane completely bewildered. The statement just shocked him completely out of his mind for a moment.
Okay. Alright, that aside, they took the one thing that the I can't. I can't. It's hilarious.
Well,
If it's
we get
any help, I think I know where he's going. At least the general area.
that is a great help.
Are
And
you
if
sure?
we get a lizard to cool down a little bit, I'm sure he will come out of the shadows again.
Worst comes to worst, at least before this whole outburst, Reed said that he would meet us all back here later. But he asked me where the lower strata, the slums were. And I told him where they were. So I'm assuming that he's most likely heading there. For what or where exactly in the slums, I don't know.
Is the letter still on the table?
Yeah, Chain would have put
Yep.
it back down after he was finished reading.
Okay, so Lorenz is gonna like scoot it over to him, kind of like fishing for it with his index finger, pulling it towards him. He reads it. Okay. So, how are we going to deal with
Well, it sounds like the current plan is Fenton is going to try and find another, what'd you say, lore keeper?
Lord Singer. Oh,
Lore singer. And try and get word out to Foshkra's people. In the meantime, we need to decide whether we're going to just sit around here and wait for Reed to come back, or if we're going to go try and find him in the Minotaur side of town.
Yara just puts her head in her hands, like, and just very quietly, it hasn't been a single day yet. And we're already bickering like this.
To be fair, it was the two that knew each other beforehand that bickered.
Not
Oh,
sure
yes.
if that makes it better or worse.
That bodes well for all of us.
I cannot think of a time in history where people from such far sides of the stained glass lands got together and hit it off right off the bat. So perhaps time is all we need.
Perhaps. I'm hungry. I'm gonna eat.
All right.
There's still food left in there? I didn't ask for enough.
If anything else, Chain would have only been able to eat like half of his food before he was full.
All right. Reed, where are you off to?
Precisely the places that Littlebird described, the slums, where the people are forgotten and unpitied.
There's very much a healing or a certain change from the Volpone side of the Twin Blade cities to the Minotaur side. You can see the sort of very rote, very militaristic construction of Minotaur citadels in the center of the city, surrounded by a large, sprawling slum compared to the relatively nice area of the Volpinals. But yes, it's easy to follow the Missouri into the location bordering the circular, and you can sort of see around. Most are Kenku, some destitute of the other races in the Twin Blade cities, but most at this point are Kenku, and what are you planning on doing?
I'm planning on following in the tradition of the Charbrine. I am going to set out my things in a byway and set out the mess kit, and I will fill it with water from the create or destroy water spell, and I will take the food I have garnered and set it out, since I don't have the time to cook things myself. And the food and water is free.
You can see beady little eyes watch you with extreme amount of apprehension. There's very much the sense of who the hell is this Knoll doing in this part of town? And they seem to just be confused, bewildered, but the thing you notice first is that none are really leaving their house. Go ahead and roll me an insight check.
16.
You get the impression that many of the Kenku are kind of shooing their youth inside, intentionally hiding, and especially so in a few more instances. And behind you can hear the sound of some very heavy, rusty, bladed weapon drag across cobblestone, the sort of abrasive scrape of metal against stone. And turning around, you see a Kenku who does not carry a weapon, but you can see the beak open, transmitting this sound as his hands are sort of folded behind his back, slowly approaching.
I will give a snarl that other races would probably think is just disrespect and a challenge, but in the Knoll's unique body language is kind of a signal for respect.
Easy now, easy. You're one of those individuals that was in the meteor shower, right?
You recognize me.
We have many eyes.
Is that so?
What are you doing?
I have pilfered this from a place where there is much food. I felt the need to put it in a place where there is not much food. I
You can
was
see. Go
led
ahead.
here by a little bird.
He gives a very, very long stare at you. And seems to straighten his back a little bit. Give a very curt nod. Well, I guess you're not that bad.
Oh. Has your mother ever taught you not to trust a knoll?
You already heard what she taught me.
Hmm.
Don't stray too far in these parts, but well, you have our appreciation. Take good care of Chain, will you? Well, pardon me, take good care of... let me see.
Yes.
There we go.
Yes.
I will look after them. It's not often I see someone that small. Loose arrows like a real killer.
Well, I'm glad you see in him the same thing we do, so...
I will be here until the cups and bowls are empty. Then I will go to the other side.
Well, we won't keep you long. And you can see his beak open, transmits a series of clicks, whistles, other sorts of assorted sounds, and some sort of slew, this salad of communication, of discordant noise that the Kenku communicate in. And like piranhas rushing out to a bleeding corpse, it's like seagulls converging.
Yes, take and with the warmth. Remember what you hate.
Most of them don't seem to be listening to your words, but the ones that do look a little... It's very clear they think you're some sort of crazy knoll, and probably are. They're probably right. But soon the food and depleted, and the Kenku wrestle back to their individual homes.
Mm.
The Kenku you spoke with, the one that rattled off the sound of the hatchet being dragged across the ground, is nowhere to be seen, but you're wise enough to know he's probably watching somewhere.
Mm. I will just pack my things, cover myself back up, and I'm moving as if I belong in this area. Slowly make my way back towards the threat upon my life.
Soon, Reed pushes the door open, and the rest of you are there. What's the plan? What's the reaction? He is visible this time.
Jane's just gonna wait and see what Foshko's reaction is.
Holy shit, he's back.
I look straight to Foshkro, who's still muted, by the way, and I'll say, "What kind of person is your brother?"
My brother. My brother is Every man that an Ignon should wish to be. And he is more precious than any life on this land.
You hold strange values, you and your Ignan. As someone who does not know, who does not have the same mind, I will ask again, what qualities, what kind of person is your brother?
Stops, standing there just straight. As time has gone by, he has calmed down. The burning ember of anger is no longer visible, or radiating from him.
It's time to flex my 8 charisma score.
I do not know why you ask. Do not know what your purpose of asking such a thing. So I will answer in the only thing that I can think of as an answer. If I have to fall, he will be the last of my family.
Bloodline often motivates great and terrible acts. Is he cruel? Is he kind? Is he meek or mighty?
He is strong like any Ignon.
Does he kill with his strength?
It is the purpose of my family.
To kill?
We protect.
To
And often in this land that means to kill.
He
My
is
family are guardians, protectors. And he is one as well.
What would a guardian do in this situation?
Protect the people. That is what we must do.
You are stuck in one long singular now and never the future. Perhaps
What future is there for my people? What future do we have left?
kill the jackal and find out.
The jackal will die.
Yes.
That is assured. He has signed his death with this threat. But he is far, and he does not give time.
I'm gonna look over at Fenton.
If your message is quick, then Reed has more time than the day.
It should be. If I can find a communication center of some sort here in Twin Blades, we should be able to send instantaneously, at least to Bazigdara, unless there is another communication point in the Ignan Sanctuary, but I think I can get a message there quicker than a jackal can set his people there.
Yes. If the message gets delivered to the sanctuary, they will be able to find my people faster than any non-Ignon would.
Then we send a message. If we still need to, Foshkara, we hire you, and we get the hell out of the Twin Blades.
Hmm.
And one day, sooner rather than later, we go to Teruzad, and I will take the jackal's head within my hands, and it will be severed from his body.
I like this plan.
This petty squabble is settled then.
For now,
Excellent. I have no issues traveling undetected by myself, if need be, but all of you were chosen in the same way I was. I believe even if I left, you would still find me.
let us send this message, Fenton. Quickly.
Fel, would I have any idea where to go? It's my first time in the Twin Blades.
Yeah. The keepers generally have 2 or 3 people in most of the major cities. It's most likely going to be in the Volpal side, no more than a single room in a location in some city street. But you are able to utilize the primary method of communication between the keepers and find a lore singer stationed in the Twin Blades who can send the sending spell. You have 20 words. What are they going to be?
25, I believe, but I imagine at least 5 will
25.
be needed to describe where the message is going. I'll bring Foshkra up with me and ask him what he would like to say.
I am counting words right now.
It's all right.
The classic D&D conundrum.
I'm a fan of the players that just start speaking and realize
And get cut off.
Yeah.
Why say lot word when few word do trick?
Yes.
I imagine that Kinku, like, does Kinku's mimicry work with sending?
That is an excellent question.
A Kinku
Mental
code?
communication. It is a verbal component, so it is spoken out loud. They would have to chain words together as they would normally with speech.
Does one audio clip equal 1 word?
No.
It's actually
Well,
measured by a kilobyte.
Just data compression using Kenku.
Yes.
Zip and unzip.
The receiver needs WinRAR mentally.
Yeah. WinRAR is a Bard subclass.
Keep in mind, it's not free.
I've got 22 words.
How much context does it need for where to send it? Because I assume, Fel, that this is going to go to the Sal Mazarim.
Yes.
To be distributed.
So there's going to be the keeper here is going to send a message to the designated keeper in the Salmazarim to receive the message. So it'll go to Bazigdara first, not the sanctuary. You don't have enough context unless you can cast a sending spell to send it directly to anybody that Foshkra knows. But what is the message you'd like to send?
So with 3 words left, does the 3 words, or do we need to have the context of like deliver the message to the sanctuary to then be delivered to the clan in this one message, or is that a separate thing?
You can pay for 2 sendings. It's 1 gold for each word you use.
Okay, we can do that. So
you can send
one
multiple
message to
sendings
be
if you
like,
like.
yeah, the first message to be like, the following message is to be sent to the Ignon Sanctuary to be delivered to the clan.
Yes. It's up
Okay.
to you how many words you'd like to use. How much gold do you have?
I mean, you said you took a peek at our character sheets.
I did.
So you know how much gold I have.
The Western quick draw of how much gold do you have versus how much gold do I need.
Foshkara will pay whatever he needs to send this message, as it's so important to him right now. But I imagine, I mean, this is going to be his first time using sending, or sending a message this way.
You will be sending a message through a spellcaster in the Keepers. Fenton essentially takes you to a little secret lodge with a few Dragonborn inside, sitting around. And one of them will be casting the sending spell.
Okay. Do you want to just say the message, or do you want to like do like RP for it, or what?
Sure. Fenton, it's up to you. Would you like to meet the Keepers in this city?
I mean, Fenton, of course. Would
All
love
right.
to meet the keepers in this city.
So it's on the 2nd floor of the Volpo Market Square, very close to where the Fated Night began. Just as the Keepers chapter. And sort of giving a knock on the door, it's opened and you can see 3 Dragonborn, 2 silver and 1 gold. 2 of them seem to be sort of in this sort of hot, stuffy room. 3 of the 4 walls covered in bookcases and filled with scrolls. There are a few chairs clustered inside. It's kind of like a mini library, but there's a writing desk in one corner that one sits at. One of the silvers stands up. Fenton, welcome.
If you are able, at the moment we have a message we need sent back to Bazigdara.
What is the urgency behind it?
A warning, unless you would like to explain more, Foshkra.
It is a matter of life and death.
Well, that won't change our prices, unfortunately. You know, Kuel said that you'd be showing up. He didn't tell us why, but he stopped by.
I was partially hoping he would still be here. How long gone is he?
A day and a half. I believe he went to the chapter of Lyceum Draconis to teleport instead of walk. He did not inform us of his location.
I'm sure he'll turn up soon enough, but
I'm certain he is where he ought to be. Have you learned anything?
we have learned a great deal. I'll actually just pass my journal over to him.
You can see.
I've cataloged most of it, but I can explain virtually, well, as far as actual answers go, none of it. But I'm happy to elaborate.
You can see him sort of take the book in his claws and sort of very gently glance at the notes. Quite interesting. Yeah. I will look forward to your report during your year of edition.
I can only imagine I'll need more than a year to write it by the time we get there, but I am equally excited.
Then I'd advise the purchase of some notes for you to get started. Beware of matches and torches in your bag. There have been many keepers who, on the eagerness of their journeys, have accidentally immolated the notes.
I hadn't considered a backup. Is that... Do we have options for that?
No. That is your problem to solve.
Very well. But the message, I think it is time.
The message, yes. Ignan, what is it you wish to say?
A warning to the clan of Foshkra that a menace trying to kill people, trying to kill my brother. They must go to the Ignan Sanctuary. They must be safe until I can eliminate this threat to kill him. And then I will send word, and they will be able to wander the sands once again.
Before I send this message, I do have a question to you.
What is that?
Of what consequence would this message have if it were not sent?
It would mean the death of another who would not need to die otherwise.
I see. That is enough reason. Grant me a message and I will deliver it your way.
He's gonna look a little bit confused.
That was the message.
Ah, well, I'm sure you can repeat it, yes? But he'll send it. You can see him mutter a spell, his eyes turn briefly silver as he traces arcane sigil. He seems to be writing in the air. Draconic script, sort of using a claw that releases a silver tracer as it threads the message into the sky, and then with a wave it fades.
Do we know who will be delivering the message to the Ignan Sanctuary?
I don't know personally, but we will assure one of our attendants do. It is already in Bajigdara. If you would like, I can inform you of when it has been delivered through the same spell.
How much for the message? I would send one more to ensure that it is taken seriously, and they know it comes from a source they can trust.
The source that we trust is standing next to you.
I am talking about the source that my people would trust.
Ah, forgive me for the misunderstanding. Go and say the next message.
The message is declared by Torchbearer Kritsash.
See him kind of cock his head, there's a little twinkle in his eye. Interesting. It will be done. He repeats the sending spell with that message.
What is the price of the messages?
How many words did you send?
So the first one was just me rambling on. But that was significantly longer than the 22 letters that I had.
We have a
Prepared.
recording, so I will, after the session, listen to it and detract that amount from your character sheet.
Okay.
No worries.
Let me just
No
use
worries.
my
Well, I'm
powers
just so
to
I had this
snip that.
prepared in
Performing
case
an
it was like, yeah, I had it prepared in case you were like the sender was just like, that is too long.
Yes,
Going to leave any gold, did he?
of course not.
Of course not.
He reaches out a hand to shake, and Lord Keeper Habis here.
It's a pleasure. May the winds ever favor you, Lordkeeper.
And you as well.
So, as we
Yes.
walk out, Foster is gonna turn and kind of look down at Fenton again.
Kuel. I know that name.
That is, well, I would say surprising, but he does get around. Master Losinga Kuel Basha'ab.
A trans dragonborn. Yes.
That's the one. Where have you met him?
I had guarded him as he journeyed the suns, searching for lost histories. We went to the Glasslands. He told me a story, one that I know. But he told me a version of it that I did not know. He
Well, I
talked.
would love to hear both at some point.
He talked to me as a person. It was surprising, given how most others treat my people.
Fenton is just beaming. He's very happy about that comment. He is my master, my mentor, and he's one of the best men I have ever known.
He is one that is not ignorant, who knows the name of Pritsash.
And that's the last thing Foster says.
All right. So you're headed back to the tavern.
I would believe so, unless Fenton has something else to be done here.
Not unless Foshka needs to hire himself, but I don't know. I don't know the situation there.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be like the last thing the group does as they leave the city.
Okay.
All right. Meeting back at the tavern. Let me pull up the setting map. Here we go. Currently, you are in the Twin Blade Cities, which is in the southwest. Thank you, whoever is pointing and clicking. That is Reed. Very helpful. There's a map outlaid on the table, or on one of the tables. You can see the barkeep, exhausted, bags under his eyes, just sitting there, just muttering something along the lines of Captain Ido wanted you to get out of here as soon as possible, and so he decided to give you a map to base your journey on. And here it is.
I would like to say Foster looks at the map and his eyes go kind of wide. I imagine it's one of the. He doesn't. He did because his clan doesn't have a map of the lands as they are.
I see. Yeah, for the first time, you can see the entirety of this continent outlaid. What is the plan? There are a few options for your way up to Estelheim. The two most common are the two paths near the peaks, but not through them. Many in the Twin Blade cities go up north throughout the mountain range that has a little divide in the center of it, up to and through New Kylax, which is centered throughout the Sullen Fieldlands. And then continuing through the Ochre Kingdom to the mountain range, and then ascending the mountain to Esselheim. The other way that is most common is along this right here. It leads near Splinterheim. Sorry?
I didn't see. Oh, there it is. Thank you.
Yes. Can you see my little pointer?
Yep.
All right.
That was mine. You are currently on the GM layer, I believe.
You're very much right. There we go. Here.
Ah, yep.
And following this river up through the city of Mori, and on the border of the Tlani Basin until they get about up here, upon which they can also ascend the mountain. You are welcome to do your research on these individual towns and locations, and I will give my little expositions of lore to you if you choose.
You sound so proud.
Well, yes. Unless you'd like to discuss amongst yourselves if your characters have any preferences of which routes to take.
On my journey here, this river was kind to me.
I would not be opposed to seeing sights I have not before, but I am very familiar with New Kylax. Plus, there may be a point worth investigating in Curious Mangrove, but I am fine either way.
If we take the river, it brings us close to Tadrizat.
Close
There.
is relative.
He points at the map and he points at where the bottom of the mountains are on at the river, and he's like,
This distance is close.
It's close enough to feel the weight of the curse that was placed upon Tawny.
I would eliminate the threat to my people as soon as possible.
Venturing to Tursas in any capacity is not a quick pit stop. Did you get here on foot, Foshka?
Yes. I escorted a caravan. A merchant. With others of the Classbloods.
Not everyone can fly wherever they want to.
Acknowledged, but there are alternative methods of transportation. Foshka did not seem to process the true distance. That is not close.
True.
When you take your entire life walking along the suns, walking from one land to another, it is not a long journey.
Both the Watchers at Estelheim and the Crossbloods in Terrasaz are in competition with one another. They chase the same meal. We can garner strength in Estelheim, find weapons against the Jackal.
The only weapons I need for him are right here.
he's gonna flex his claws up in front of his chest.
Have you ever fought a hellhound?
What?
Seeing as I do not know what that is, then I shall say no.
Canine with black flames, snapping heads. No?
Is it-
Have you pierced arcane barriers with just your claws? Have you killed many, many mages? If you wish to kill the Jackal, you will have to break what is protecting him.
The Jackal is fat. He is slow.
He is still alive in Turisaz, surrounded by those who want him dead.
time in Terizat was with the Crestbloods, and that is all I saw around him. That in that a Nubian that fed him, whatever that it is.
I do wonder if she's still alive.
But you are saying there are more than just the blood-maddened nose of the Crestbloods of Terizat that would protect them.
I am saying that he is still alive for a reason. We need more strength, more tools, things to break apart his advantages, like breaking down walls. I threw fire at him before I left. He laughed at it. You are going to have to learn a new kind of strength.
Estelheim first does seem wise.
We can make them hate the jackal, and then they will help us.
Are there Oran in the mountains of Estelheim?
Are there what?
Oran.
Go ahead and roll a history check, those of you who have it.
9.
It's more than me.
Not quite sure if there are any Oran in Estelheim, but it's probably a good guess. You do know that Estelheim, and it's very basic, started as a triumvirate with the three sections being the Oran, the Arakakra, and the Dragonborn who led up the mountain. So yes, there are Oran, but you're not quite sure of anything else.
Reed will shrug and say, maybe there were long ago, but now, maybe.
Then perhaps there is hope that Ignan and Oran could work together again. Very well. Estelheim first.
Are they as direct and violent as you?
From what I remember from the tales of my elder, the Oran flit about the air, free and whimsical. They are.
They are probably more pleasant company.
She's gonna grumble at that.
So cute together.
Alright, so we've decided on where we're going to go. How are we getting there?
It was explained to us we can either go around the path of the mountains to the west or travel along the river to the east. I do not know much about the lands we would pass through to the west. I do know there are at least some signs of life along the river. Perhaps those who know how to forage can keep their supplies.
Alright. So we need to decide between these two options, and I don't know what I'm looking at.
Well, the river is the road more frequently traveled, from what I understand. As I mentioned, I do know New Kylax a bit better. Just
Go
yeah.
Go ahead and roll a history check for those of you who have it.
Uh-huh.
Reed, likely from when you traveled it, you do know that along the road, specifically the city of Algiers right here, is currently in a war, like active open conflict. The city of Vile and Ingwaz both taken over by the Third Anubian Inquisition. The city of Algiers long ago was an ancestral home of Terran lizard folk who buried themselves underneath the ground. The tunnels that they emerged were never closed, and that allowed things from underneath the ground to creep free, and sort of like hot springs of draconic blood from the nearby Rhinefire plains to bubble out and produce these weird magical effects. It drew many witches and warlocks and wizards of all more occult varieties, and it has become this sort of festering sore that helps spread the Pliny Basin. It wasn't hit very much by the curse. The curse is more spread out to encapsulate it. So it's more living than undead, but it currently is sort of acting as a barrier between the Inquisition and the southern parts of the Pliny Basin.
If we go along the river, things will be exciting. There will be cities at war with each other, and magical oddities to see along the way.
Are we sure that we want to place ourselves in the path of a war?
We are travelers. We have no place in that war.
There is surely much to learn there as well.
When has ever the war of our child races ever cared about who got cut in between?
I was going to say that, just for the record.
Then, during our journeys, I will have to make sure that none of you act like victims and all know how to kill.
What you just said there was really scary.
Chain just eyes Fenton.
Thank you.
You do know that the New Kylax and the Sullen Fieldlands are, by comparison, very peaceful. The city of Illisker right here is the central place of Tabaxis. It's where the shrine to their deity, the main shrine, is kept. The Curious Mangrove is a curious little town. It has somewhat of a sinister reputation. It was there as sort of a buffer zone between the Minotaur and the Gnolls during the War of Principle in the very early days of Sangla. The Ochre Kingdom is a very pleasant place to be if you do not worship one of 5 deities, and that's pretty much it.
Who are the 5 deities?
They are...
You don't want to know, Shane. You don't want to know.
Let me see. They're the 4 dragon deities Xanthias, Zolta, Cerberus, and Laternzal, as well as Kvara himself. The one of the four main temples of Kvara is stationed in Okerhelm, the capital of the Orker Kingdom, and each day there is a bolt of fire loosened from an arrow of one of Kvara's four Phoenix Knights that is said to be sort of the guide of the sun to follow over the course of the day.
Disgusting.
So,
Teehee, fantasy
what is
racism.
what is the plan?
Might I offer, just so that we all have a firm understanding of our options, the river road might be easier foot travel, as we don't have to surpass the mountains. But the Solan Fieldlands, New Kylax, will certainly be more peaceful. Not to mention, as far as Kir's Mangrove goes, I have alluded already to studying one of the shards of Eureka for a time. A youngest tier, it is called. Presumably owned by the Vopenal warrior, Ido, a younger herself. In any case, more recently, the shard was cloistered away in a castle in Kir's Mangrove. It's not there any longer, but its previous owner may still be.
Ah,
Maybe there's something.
you believe we could track down another one of the tiers?
Well, not in Kir's Mangrove. I don't wish to mislead you, but we can at least learn the history of one.
History is for minds like his. I motion towards Voshkra. Right now, our time is valuable, and Voshkra's time is very valuable.
I've never left the city, so I'm good with just wherever the majority wants to go.
Going
Perhaps
north
the river
this
path.
long. We could keep going north through the mountains. We could deal with a little peaceful.
Yeah, I'd rather not die.
Do we call a vote then?
What is a vote?
You pick your favorite route, and the one with more numbers wins. I mean, that's the one we go.
Reed snorts.
Achievement unlocked.
Reed seems unfamiliar with the topic, but I assume his vote is for the east side. I personally would prefer to stay west. That's 1 and 1.
Surely
Us.
being right makes your number higher, yes?
Is that how it works in no cultures?
In no cultures, things are decided in a more true manner.
Yes, but seeing as I don't wish for any of us to bleed or die quite yet today, I think this might be a better starting point.
I give a disapproving look over to Foshkra.
Foshkor stares back and just snorts. Maybe a little bit of steam or something pops out.
All right, 1-1. There are 6, but it seems Chain is abstaining, so that's 3 more.
That makes it an odd number, which means we're not going to tie.
This is fair.
What's the plan?
I would prefer the western route.
Take the western route over here.
Well, that is majority.
Well, I will meet you in Estelheim then.
You are that set on the eastern route?
No, I was being humorous.
I can't tell.
Shane opens his beak and just like mimics like the hardest fucking like belly laugh of like somebody dying at like the funniest joke they've ever heard. But just staring with a completely straight face while he's doing it.
Incredible.
We will have a lot of practicing to do while we travel, little bird.
Practicing.
Yes.
You will have a lot of practicing to do. It's like you're not even a person.
I do.
Racism from a Vulpinol. Love it.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm not saying that because of what they are. I'm saying that because of the way they present themselves.
I am sure Reed is quite normal for his own people.
Don't insult me.
See, even he denies it.
Perhaps.
The wheels are spinning, but there's no ground being moved.
Perhaps.
There's just smoke coming out of his ears.
Literally.
I mean, potentially it
Yeah.
could
Yeah.
Nice, Reed.
Perhaps I could elucidate on the differences between gnolls and other creatures that might be able to translate into your own mind. But later, you all require food and water for the journey.
Didn't you stuff most of it in your bag?
That was not for eating.
What
I'm
is
scared
food
to
for
ask.
if not for eating?
I am genuinely scared to ask. What did you do to the food?
I gave it to people.
That's nice of you.
I did
Okay,
it
I just need
because
to ask, does everyone in where do you come from talk the same way you do?
no.
I don't know what I expected.
Well, how many
It's
days
again a
are
lot
we?
to-
Say that again.
Roughly how many days are we from Curious?
So if you drag your ruler around,
Oh,
it shows the
that's
amount of miles. Yes. I'm about the. If it's plains, I'd say you can travel about 20 miles in one day. If it is mountains or forests or anything unusual, half that. So
I
from
can,
here to the Kiris Mangrove, it would be about 3 days of travel.
So, me being a ridiculously tall person in real life, I can walk a mile in between 10 and 15 minutes. So, I imagine for most people over plains without a road, 20 miles would be like 6 6 or 7 hour hike.
I will say, after living in Colorado for a little bit, um, if you have to climb any unmade road in a mountainous area, you're gonna get tired and need a rest like every like 20-30 minutes,
I live in
even if you're in good
Texas.
shape.
I've never seen a mountain in my life.
Absolutely. I lived in Colorado a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and even on like a made road, those are usually just like on the most even slopes they can to go up, but they're not direct. So you're gonna be able to just keep going without as much of a rest, depending on the slope.
Hmm.
But it's gonna take even longer because you're winding up, winding down, and you're still gonna need breaks more and more often.
So, to get from Twin Blade Cities to Curtis Mangrove, considering the terrain, is still like less than a week, but it's longer than like a day and a half.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it said like 3 days.
yeah, 3 to 4 days. Also, weather can impact it.
Weather will impact.
Roll for weather.
All right.
The weather
And then
is
not
rain.
discounting any random encounters we get in
Alright.
on the way.
I don't know what you mean. So
The bandits are coming.
yes.
Roll to see if you're attacked at night and don't get your full rest.
Remember
The-
to discuss each night the watches and the watch rotations, and every watch must roll several perception checks.
I love my perception checks. So, the route has been determined. The map is rolled up and delivered to the barkeep, who's tapping his foot, arms crossed, checking, listening for the bells to see when you'll actually evacuate the town. Unless you have anything else beyond having Foshka and the group visit the chapter of the Crossbloods to get a contract to have you wander off.
Wait,
We're going
did the
to take
barkeep take the map?
Yes.
It was the barkeep's map.
Oh.
All
Or she's gonna kind of growl as the map's taken away.
No, this one had
Foshka was
colors.
still trying to like figure out which way to go.
No.
No, there is a
If
reason
you're
behind his
rolling-
staring at the map.
If I stare hard enough at the map, then a beam of fire is going to eliminate Teary sound. But the route has been decided. Preparations are made. Bags are packed. It's mountainous, so there's no real point in getting a cart or any kind of horses to expedite the journey, but we're going to take a 5-minute break. At blank 01 o'clock, we are going to return in 5 minutes and continue and start our journey outside the Twin Blade cities.
Oh, beautiful.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Last chance for anything you need to get before we move.
That is correct.
Need to find your marbles.
I'm glad. Mom
A
stopped
certain
fighting.
Dai Pesh has them.
I assume we get enough food for travel.
When mommy and daddy hate each other very much.
I'm glad mom and dad worked it out.
Why is Reed mom in this scenario?
Listen, you think that Shane was going to call the angry Ington mom to his face while he's angry?
I mean, I don't
He
know.
just saw
Have you
him-
seen
he
an
just
angry
saw him.
Hispanic mother.
Shane just
I love
watched
you.
him choke slam the fucking Knoll, who's way bigger than him.
Foskra, you did not feel a pulse when you were choking Reed.
He didn't register that at the moment.
I see. And Reed, you do not need to breathe.
He was acting.
Oh.
It's called acting.
Imagine pulling up to the conversation like this, like, oh, by the way, you don't need to breathe. I'm on to him. I know there's something up.
It's okay. I'm
Bruh.
collecting more
I-
one-liners to drop on you.
I loved how Lorenz just came down and just slammed his fucking head on the table.
He's a
Don't we
tired
have
boy.
don't we have a little emote for that?
We have a stressed out Lorenz. I don't think we have a tired
Yeah.
Lorenz.
Yeah, no, it's him all wound up.
The next
This is
Lorenz
him.
emote is going to be that, but with his head on the table.
He's not a morning person.
Then the one after that will be a GIF combining the two so that he's just banging his head on the table.
Excellent. I'm going to go and acquire tea.
I am going to acquire a beverage of unknown origin.
I acquired some high quality H2O.
Is it alcoholic?
I'm about to get water.
My water is not alcoholic, no.
Isn't that what vodka is, though?
I don't think vodka counts as water.
But vodka just means water.
Does it?
I believe so. Yeah. At least
Hold
that's
up.
at least that's what I was told when I was drinking it.
Oh my god.
I'm so glad we don't have to kill each other.
Yet. Yeah.
Oh
The
my
word
God.
vodka comes from the Russian word voda, which means water.
That's
Voda.
fucking. I can't believe that was actually right.
And then you
Drunk
have
music.
vodka is the diminutive of vada, and you have the even more diminutive.
You cut off.
You cut off.
Oh, I cut off.
This
Am I
is
cutting
this
off?
is us yelling at you.
You just cut off when you were trying to explain vodka.
Ah, I see. I see.
With that, I think I'm gonna get another slice of pizza.
I
Pizza.
am jealous.
I've never been able to enjoy pizza. I don't know why.
This is a Chicago-style deep dish pepperoni and sausage with a
Oh.
garlic crust.
Oh, that sounds so greasy.
It's actually not that greasy.
Look,
This
Oh.
place makes it very well.
if I'm eating pizza, I want to not drown if I pass out drunk and my face falls into it.
Well, I mean, that's not gonna happen for this.
If you are like sniffing up the amount of calories and carbs a pizza has while you're asleep, you are going to drown, but you're going to drown in your own body's rejection of pizza.
So, funny pizza-related story. While I was in the army, there was one time when we were preparing, or we had a PT test in the morning, which, that required like, you gotta do as many push-ups and sit-ups as you can in 2 minutes, and then you gotta run 2 miles in a certain amount of time or fail. Which normally the prep is carb up, hydrate, all that stuff. And for whatever reason, I was just in a ticked off mood, so I decided, screw that, I'm not doing any of that. I ordered myself a large 18-inch pepperoni pizza and a 2-liter of Coke. I ate the whole fucking pizza and drank the whole 2-liter by myself.
Oh no.
I ran the fastest 2-minute mile I have ever ran in my life. I ran 2 miles in 13 minutes and 30 seconds. After 2 minutes of push-ups and sit-ups.
Pretty sure that's faster than
That,
my 1 mile time in high school.
That's what simple sugars and carbohydrates in combination
Uh-oh.
will do.
Am I late?
Yeah, for some reason
No,
it puts
you're all
me to
good.
sleep.
No, we're just talking about pizza.
I have tea now.
Yay.
And even when I am speaking out of character, now reads mannerisms are infecting my speech. I'm going to show up
He's
to work
seeping
and
into
just get
reality.
fired.
It's funny. I came in like I was like, I'll try to like do like an actual voice for change this time, and then it went out the window as soon as I started talking.
That's all good.
Yeah,
I am
I
Oh,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Fine. I'm giving you the middle finger right now.
I see we are at a Canadian standoff.
I'm so terribly sorry about this, but I must intrude. I haven't VC'd with you hardly ever, so your normal voice is still new voice to me.
That is true.
What was this about pizza?
Yes, I'm eating pizza.
What kind?
Chicago-style pepperoni and sausage with a garlic crust.
Delicious.
And it's got to be at least half a foot thick.
No,
I have to look this up to see. I need a visual reference.
It's got to be a brick.
it's from a place called Jet's Pizza.
Oh, so it's almost like
I
deep
love
dish
it.
pizza.
Jets is so fucking good.
Oh, I have one right around the corner. I have one like right around the corner of my house.
So
I may
we're
be from
going
New
to
York,
have
but I do
a
enjoy the thicker pizzas.
we're going to have an Avengers moment where,
I
like,
like 'em
after
thick.
saving or
I like 'em
destroying the
thick.
world, we all just meet at a pizza shop.
Saving or destroying. I like that.
All right, all right.
right.
Time to wrangle you cats back in. Oh,
Lock in, lock in.
Ow.
no, don't.
Oh, now I gotta post pictures.
Meow.
Alright, rules are rules. So,
What about those without cats?
the tavern, the Orange Shell Tavern, door shuts. Very rapidly behind you as the keep ensures that you guys are no longer welcome.
Do we hear it lock?
Yes. There were several locks, and you, going through the night before, you realized that some had been added overnight. But you're now in the, now around midday, very warm, sort of near the mountain air of this hot late summer afternoon. What are you all up to? Are you traveling in unison to the local chapter of the Crossbloods?
I believe I should remain outside of the Crossbloods. As I said earlier, I left on fiery terms.
So it seems.
That sounds like a great idea.
I'll
I
stay with the
will
knoll.
go and say hello to an entertaining individual while you do your business, and I will meet you at the gates of the road.
I think I'll go with the knoll if you don't mind.
Alright. Chain and Reed separate off from the bulk of the group to head towards the northern city gates. While the rest of you four make your way over to the Minotaur. I
Alright,
cut out again, didn't I?
Yes.
Yes. I don't know why it happens after I take a break every time. Let me see.
Maybe change to push to talk.
If you can remember push to talk, it's a habit one must develop.
I can never fucking remember.
Where is noise suppression? Noise suppression? None.
I can't turn mine to none. It won't let me.
You're too noisy.
Too noisy. Alright. Pardon me if it cuts out again. So the four of you head to the Minotaur side of the Twin Blades cities. It's much more structured, but it's much more organized. There are many more guards patrolling the streets. But the Crossbloods do have their own building here. I can see the standard green cloaks. The shade doesn't matter. Some wear their cloaks with pride. They iron it, they clean it. Others have a sort of dirty, dull green-brown rag thrown over their shoulders. It's just the symbol they have.
At this moment, Foshkra reaches into his bag and pulls out his green cloak and just kind of like ties it around his waist in a crude knot.
It's easy to do, and as you approach, they kind of give somewhat of a nod. You know that it's easy to impersonate a green cloak once. As soon as they catch you, or anybody who abuses this little call sign to pretend they are a green cloak, very often end up dead. But they wave you in. They give sort of a glance to the other three of you, and one of them mentions, and who are they?
They are hiring me on a contract.
Ah, I see. Well, welcome in. They part and step inside. It's a relatively well-polished building, but you can see the stand-in for the jackal of this specific sect of the Crossbloods. It's sort of a relatively short for a minotaur, but you can see the female figure of, her name is Agza, sort of very decorated horns, very muscular arms, kind of a little bit more wiry than a minotaur should be, but still carrying the same brutish strength they do. And she, you can see her sort of sitting on her desk, arms crossed.
All right.
You sure you want to take this one?
Pretty sure. Pretty
Right.
sure.
You know, the last time he was hired by...
Cut off again.
The last time he was hired by some rich Vulpinal noble, we're not quite sure what happened, but the contract was signed, I guess. The payment was made, but afterwards he butchered the man right up. So, buyers beware, I guess. This one is very feisty. He doesn't think very much, but he's good at what he does. Don't badmouth him or his kind, and you should be fine.
I see.
Hmm.
Oh, all right.
Foshkar doesn't say anything. He just stands there with his arms crossed. Though he does have kind of like he's trying like a little bit of a pull at the corner of his lips.
Lorenz is looking back and forth between them.
If I can
He's
give
getting a
you a
little
bit of
nervous.
advice, it is best not to talk to him. He's been trained to shut up. That's what he's good at. That's what he's best for. And you'll be fine. If there's anything that accosts you on your travels, he'll mince them right up. Maybe throw in a thank you if you feel particularly benevolent, but that'll run you 20 gold.
All right.
Foshkar
Yes.
tries to just tap his pouch without taking it off.
Lorenz is gonna reach over to try and sneakily grab it.
Sneakily is in trying to avoid being seen by Foshkar and sort of lift it off of him or pickpocket him.
No, just more like so it's not inherently obvious that
Ah.
he is taking
Paying himself.
Yes.
Right. Oh, so you've already paid him.
Yes. That is what happened.
Well, we'll take our fee. Where are you headed to?
We're headed up to the Gurus Mangrove.
Well, we don't have a chapter there, but as usual, we'll take half.
All right. Is that on return or is that on the next?
I mean, I don't care where you return him, so long as he wanders his way back here, which he should. He doesn't have anywhere else to go.
Foshkar takes out 10 gold and places it on the desk.
She doesn't really look at you and just pockets it.
Alright, we're good.
You should be fine. Yes, I've been watching you. Someone has been recording. She turns her head and see one attendant seems to be jotting something down, presumably some exchange of gold. Yeah.
Great. Have a good one. Gonna turn
Don't treat
around.
him too nicely. He might get used to it.
I will keep that in mind. Turns
Right.
around to leave.
Shoos you away, and the guards usher you out.
I've never wanted to leave a place so quickly.
I'm sure plenty of places you wish to leave quicker.
You have no idea.
Alright. Fashka, you have paid your own contract.
I have so already subtracted the gold from my sheet.
Awesome. And are you meeting with the other two in the front gate?
While they're
Believe
doing
that's the
this,
idea.
Alright. Jane, Reed.
Reed is going to make his way in the direction of where the stars fell. And then he's just going to kind of turn into a less traveled alley.
Just a random one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's easy enough to do. You can still see it's a spectacle. There are people wandering about. Many seem to be either praying or questioning what this means. There's already reconstruction going on in some of the buildings. You can see some congregation around one of the graveyards in town for the others who have died. Particularly the magistrate, Barras, who you can see a few Vulpinals in guard attire still chatting around the location where he was killed by Chain, but they don't seem to have seen him. It's easy enough to turn into some less traveled alley and remain relatively unseen.
And I will quickly turn on chains. Oh, little bird, little wolf in the sheep pen, little killer. I
What do you mean?
admire your handiwork.
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know the scraping of a rusty weapon upon stone?
I do.
Do you have their blessing for this journey?
You see Chain just kind of like dumbfounded that Reed somehow knows so much. Yes?
You will learn a lot traveling the world. So will I suspect. I will help you, teach you to become a predator. And your practice will combine with that. And you will become something extraordinary.
Where did you meet Reverend Hatchet?
Ah, that is their name.
He would have repeated it in, the rusty scraping.
Okay.
I just don't have that sound not on a soundboard.
I was simply doing what I want. I do not care where that brings me.
Wait. Did you actually take that food to the slums?
Yes. I said I gave it.
You can see Chain kind of stops for a minute and he thinks to himself. And like it starts to kind of make sense how he might have run into Reverend Hatchet.
I will say the Kengu you met, Reed, was not female, it was male.
Mm-hmm.
Chain goes, well, you have my thanks for feeding my people. There's not many in this city who treat them with such niceties.
I don't need your thanks. Save those emotions to people who better respect it.
Respect it or not, you have it.
Huh. I was prepared to say many things to motivate you to fight with fervor. This group is going to need violence. I think perhaps that is not necessary.
Well, I think you'll find that I'm plenty used to violence among other things.
Then consider this me having said hello.
Acknowledged.
And that's it. Thank you
All
for
right.
following me, Chains. This is exactly what I thought you would do. So I say
Well-
out of character.
had to follow the knoll, see what he was up to this time.
Alright.
Inquisitive little bird.
I keep on expecting Reed to fully say that the little bird, what's going on in your little world thing. Fully to the end.
Later.
Later. Alright.
Yes.
Well, in either case, the six of you converge the high gate of the Twin Blade cities slams shut behind you. You can see the sort of orange, a well-dressed Volpanel leaning on a Twin Blade, watching you leave. A bit of pondering, questioning in his eyes. But you turn, the air is crisp, the land is fresh, it's green. You can see the mountains of the Ashen Peaks extend in front of your eyes. Across the river that the Twin Blade Cities is situated over. And there is a dirt trail, not paved, but the grass has been run dry and sort of beaten into the dirt by the numerous shoes and horses and carts that have beaten this trail into the land. It's somewhat winding. There are no trees on this side of the mountain, but you can see the sort of valley zigzagging between two individual peaks is where this trail follows. And if you'd like to have conversations amongst your travels, feel free to interrupt me because I will keep narrating your journeys. The six of you, packs in hand on your shoulders, begin the travel, this trek, as the evening sun begins to stretch different colors across the horizon. And it's not a very far journey to the lip of one of these mountains as the slope and elevation begins to change, but evening begins when you enter that little passage between rocky stones. All right. Would you like to have any conversations at this point between you, the group, any other members? Chain, this is your first time out. It's quite fascinating.
Oh yeah, Chain is. So as like they're leaving the city, you can see that like Chain kind of pauses in the gates before they like walk through them. Like like the feathers on like the back of his neck and head kind of like stand up a bit before he kind of like shakes it off and steps through.
All right.
But he's very curious of the world around him and not paying attention too much on where they're going. More is following the group while just like looking at everything around.
So my question for you all: are you staying relatively close in your journeys? Operating? Are you going at a fast pace, or a more normal one, or a meandering one?
Can't speak for everyone, but I think Lorenz is just trying to keep close to, I don't know, the central part of the group.
Squishy's in the middle.
Kind of.
Unless anyone stops him, Reed is going to be very single purpose in his movement. He's just going forward at a fast pace.
I think Fenton frequently flies ahead and kind of circles around above, and then we'll go back and forth between walking and talking and flying.
I whisper to Chains, shoot him.
He's almost always playing music, whether it's the lute or the pan flute or whistling. He doesn't shut up. If he's not playing music,
He doesn't shut up.
How do you turn him off?
All right.
Chain just whispers to Reed, "We should have taken the river rat so we could drown him."
I would like to say, as at the beginning, as we're getting up towards the mountains, and Foshkor's just kind of like looking around. It's seeing the mountains on the journey, but not being in them. From that, I was he just mutters something kind of soft, like "Rak asha frek aka atakretva," which is just
Right.
a phrase in primordial Ignan.
Do any of you speak primordial?
No, but oddly enough, that's the most understandable phrase you've spoken in character.
I didn't say it with the accent, with the full accent. But also, it's funny because I did that. I also did that on purpose because, well, common is not his native tongue.
Ah, so he's more comfortable making the sounds with his mouth.
Yes.
Classic lizard issues.
All right. Evening begins to fall, and you know that along this trail there are many little hot spots, these little camping grounds that are small little locations for travelers to set up for the night in relative peace. There are little landmarks, and one of these is a small little grove that you started your travel relatively late in the day, but pushing on to the night, you can hear the sound of crickets, of wind howling over the mountains. It's a clear night sky, and you can see the stars overhead. There's a little clearing where there are campfires set up. It's sort of sheltered from the wind mostly. And you can see the orange glow of a campfire already set up. There's sort of an overhanging of pine, sort of covering this little glade in sort of a shaded tone that makes the shadows of a Nubian seated on a log near the fire a little extended. You can see this man is exceptionally tall for, even for an Anubian, probably brushing a little over 6.5 feet in height. Relatively thin. There is a sort of hooked quality to his back that doesn't match with his age. You can see that he wears only some sort of pale cloth around his waist. From the waist up, he wears nothing beyond many kinds of different jewelry embedded in the skin around around his hands, sort of golden bangles, and a little necklace around his neck containing 2 severed ears. And you can see, giving his face a strange countenance, the ears have been cleanly severed from the top of his skull. Presumably he seems to be wearing them. But he has a very intense expression in his eyes, quite common for Anubians, but you can see his eyes are this sort of shade of yellow that were perhaps golden at one point, but have been bleached away over time and stress. He glances up as you approach. You can see he's kind of warming his hands. He sits a little straighter. Doesn't say much.
Reed is just quietly snarling to himself.
Hello.
Hello there. Travelers, what brings you away from the Twin Blades? Are you headed to Curus?
We are.
Do permit me one precaution. Can see him stand, rise to his full height. He mutters something, sort of places a hand over his chest. There's a sheen that comes over his eyes. He glances at each of you individually, one at a time, silently, and he lingers for a while on Reed, with a very intense look on his face, but he does nothing about it and gives a grunt, shrug, and sits down. Well, who am I to deny you the right to sit by the fire? I've already got it started.
It is
That's,
appreciated.
Generous.
My name is Abasi, if you are curious. I am also on my way to Curus itself.
Can you spell that name?
Sure.
All the note takers.
Thank you.
What brings you to that city, if I may ask?
For us, we are merely passing through as we continue northward. But might I ask you the same? What business you have in Curus?
I am on a hunt. It is what I do as a trade, you see. I am afraid that I may not disclose all of the particulars at this moment in time, but I grant you my word that none of you are in my specialty.
All right.
You glitter like a king here in the wilderness. What manner of violence permits you to be so brazen?
What manner of curse permits you to be so near death and still walk?
Ah, death came to me and I fought it with spite.
You can see him tilt his head. That is one reason I can somewhat respect. Right. But if you're asking what I am doing here alone, well, the type of creature I hunt, unique. There are few that have heard of them, and the speaking of them often brings a calamity to the ears.
To your ears?
No. That is why I have taken the appropriate precaution. Beware of the creatures that sing in the night.
Fenton.
What?
Not an Aarakocra. If I may issue you a word of caution, I have been chasing two of these creatures for a while now. I caught up with one in the Twin Blades, and I have reason to suspect that the other one of the pair is nothing curious.
That's foreboding.
We love foreshadowing.
Is that in character or out of character?
That's out of character.
Do you
Do not-
recommend we stay away or travel around?
I would recommend you to take the action you believe is most aligned with your goal. Mine are incurious. It does not make it inherently unsafe.
I'm sure there are plenty more dangers than Quiris, yes.
Where have you been?
For a time, not for long, but long enough.
We're really just passing through.
Are you stopping here tonight, all of you?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Can you repeat that?
Is this the place you have chosen to set up camp?
If Abasi will have us, I don't see why
I
not.
will. I have one more question for you. Are any of you from the city of Iris?
I am, actually.
Roll
And what is your
initiative.
name?
Leora.
Iora. Of what house do you consider yourself affiliated with?
None anymore.
Go and roll an insight check. I heard a bleep. Yeah, roll 20. You can tell he's unhappy with the fact you didn't answer. Um,
Out of character. I actually don't know what house she would have been part of.
Gotcha. Thought it was the last name. All right. So not one of the noble houses then.
No. Those that I grew up with, they meandered, they mingled with the nobles, but they were not of the nobles.
Have you heard some creature sing into the night while in the city of Iris? One that was melodical, musical, infatuating, with words indescribable.
I've heard rumors, not necessarily of a creature, but of a long forgotten race of people. Is that the creatures? Is that the game that you hunt?
Yes. What do you
I
know?
thought they were myth.
So did I. Until I killed one in Iris, and I'm after the other, and wherever he may have left. Beware, they are quite dangerous. It is undead that I hunt, and they are one of a part.
Why do you hunt them?
I'm
You
a
say they're
priest.
dangerous, but
I'm a priest of Anubis. Undead are not tolerable. There are stains upon this earth. They are ones who have escaped his grasp. You should agree with me. They deserve to be laid to rest.
I do not follow Anubis. However, I can understand why you would think such things.
Are one of these creatures nearby?
I don't know. I do not believe so. I do not have any reason to believe so.
Then I will go hunting. Goodbye.
Watch yourself.
So Reed is going to pack like all the loose, noisy bits in his pack inside the cloth, and is then going to elope out of the clearing. God damn it,
On
why
all
do I always
fours?
leave the group? That happens too much.
Just bounding away. The dog is loose.
Who let the dogs out?
Who has the treats
Technically,
to lure him back in?
Gnolls are more similar to cats, I believe.
He's the one with the pork leg.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Oh,
Not anymore. Well, I will be on my way. You can
Thank you
see
for the
him
warning.
stand. Your Knoll friend. He is one step away from becoming one beyond this plane. I would like you to give me your word that should he fall to the same blight afflicting Clani, you will give him a suitable end in my stead. Or I will hunt you down and ensure the proper punishment is delivered.
I see.
You do not see Lorenz. Oh, pardon me, he doesn't know your name. No, you do not see Volpinel, and pray you never will.
Lorenz just nods.
He gets his pack and starts venturing out into the woods along the trail up north.
Alright. Okay.
Alright. So, if you'd like any conversations to be underway between the now 5 of you, after the Anubian took down Reed temporarily.
Again, sitting on his bedroll.
Whoever's around the fire too, Fenton will offer just to share music or lore or whatever anyone wants to hear about. Or
I
nothing,
would be
just how
around
wants
the
to hear.
fire. No, I would be around the fire, and I would like to hear music.
Aw. We got Lorenz, Leor, and Fenton. I think Voshkra by the fire.
Again, claws on stone.
The worst.
I think Fenton more perhaps he's in the wrong here, but more traditional Volpinal music, like he was performing the previous night at the festival.
Over the sound of you playing the music, I would ask you what your favorite story, what your favorite adventure was. So
Adventure.
just look over the fire and ask, I would like to get to know you, seeing as we'll be traveling for a foreseeable future together. What's your favorite adventure?
Is Liliora talking to Lorenz or Fenton? Or
Fenton.
both? Fenton. As far as adventures go, I truthfully spend most of my life in Obidis. And took one very roundabout trip all the way to the Shimmering Sands. And back here again. I don't know if I can split it into pieces, but the thing altogether was certainly more adventure than I'm accustomed to. I did enjoy my time in Estelheim, where we are going, and the sands themselves. Vazigdara is beautiful if you can stand the heat.
What was Estelheim like?
It's a rowdy city. Lots of tradition. It's where my mother is from, but she never really could describe it properly, so I think maybe you'll just have to wait and see. If we have a chance, the Grand Arena is certainly worth a visit. It's where all the culture seems to compile into one place, and everyone... It's a little bit rowdy, but it is very fun.
Rowdy's fun.
What about you, Leora? Have you traveled far from home, apart from, well, I suppose you've mentioned your journey's only just begun, but how have your travels been thus far?
Thankfully, uneventful. The Twin Blade cities were the furthest I've really ever been. I enjoyed the colors and the sounds that the jungle offered. I think I'll miss that the most if I end up somewhere else. But it was always a peaceful life. Well, for the most part. Who doesn't have some ups and downs? But it was always nice.
I have yet to get down to the Ferracosi myself, but I would love to see it someday.
You should. It's beautiful. The temple is unlike anything else I've ever seen.
And what about you, Lorenz? How does a Vopanol find himself living in the sands?
You see, he pauses for a long moment, stuck in this sort of expression of someone about to tell probably a pretty great story, and then he kind of stops, puts his hand on his face, and returns his attention back to the fire. It's not really a story worth telling, but Twin Blade Cities are as the farthest I've gone. I spent my whole life in the sands. I don't want to go back there. I mean, that's all there is to it.
I don't think I have ever heard a story not worth telling, Lorenz, but thank you for sharing that much.
Some stories are not meant to be shared.
I know many who would disagree, but if you do not wish to share them, that is another matter.
Yeah. Yeah, let's just say that.
If no one shared their stories, our books would be empty. Our songs would be much more bland.
Well, if it was up to me, I'd rather have a blank book.
Maybe one day you'll feel comfortable enough to regale us with the tale. In due time. In your time, actually.
We'll certainly see, won't we?
That we will.
What in the world is the lizard writing?
I am writing a letter.
How long have you been at that?
I add to it each day. And when this slab is filled, I send it on its way.
What do you write?
I write everything.
Everything.
I write everything so that one who is not here may know what happens.
Who do you send it to?
Closes his eyes for a moment. Takes a breath.
Talk. I send it to my brother.
I. Yes.
Goes back to scratching on the slab.
Alright.
Which will win, scratching or music?
Hopefully the music.
Fenton tries to pick out a key in the scratching and play in that, so it's a bit less discordant.
That is one challenging task. Presumably one you'll get much practice in. Reed, in your foraging, you eventually blink and find yourself over the bloody carcass of a rather large deer. Presumably be able to feed the party for the evening if cooked. Though gnolls don't really care about cooking their food. It's good enough as is, but the scent of blood does sort of capture some little primal part of your brain. And rustling through some of the underbrush, you can find the corpse recently butchered, a golden-scaled dragonborn dressed in sort of deep blue robing that has been torn away by twigs as the body was dragged through the underbrush. You can see that the only part of its body that has been eaten is this sort of cavity in the chest, where the heart has been removed, pretty much. Not by any surgical means, just by something biting and clawing and tearing until it could access it. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
A what check?
A perception check. You can see that no concrete. This wasn't a robbery. This wasn't likely done by some, for lack of a better term, humanoid creature. The coin purse is still there. The little the clothing is intact. The most curious thing is that this individual seemed to have been some sort of spellcaster. You can see, sort of attached to the hip, the iron rusted and not quite rusted yet, but covered in dried blood and sprung up in a pouch that would likely contain a spellbook of some kind. That has been removed. There's one satchel, and you can sort of detect multiple scents coming from it, like gunpowder, various herbs, spell components. That has been torn open, and it seems that whatever was inside was consumed.
Something ate a heart and magical components. Yeah.
There's also a letter, not quite wet ink, but you can see it's smudged, and checking the back of the Dragonborn's palm, you see ink from where it was hastily written. It reads to you.
Well, can I?
Well, there's a letter. Reed cannot read. There are words on it.
Suffering.
You know, if I was any other gnoll, I would leave the letter, and it would be torture to you all. But I am a kind and generous player, and will sate your curiosity.
No
I
more
will-
torturous for anybody but me.
I will take the letter and the coin pouch, and I will take a. I will separate a horn as well. And I will place these in my pack, and I will carry the deer and head back towards the party, a bit more wary of my surroundings.
There's a rustle in the brush and the sort of flumping of a deer carcass on the ground as Reed pushes through the tree line.
Food. And it's not an Anubian this time.
Are you suggesting that the Nubian was food?
Sometimes survival means not being picky.
You realize we have food.
And I realize that food is being eaten. This will allow our supplies to last.
Thank you, Reed.
Thank you.
Rita's going to take space to start skinning, cleaning, and butchering the corpse.
Foshtra stands up and just like hovers over Reed's shoulder, watching.
It's like
Making sure he
he's
doesn't make
done this
mistakes.
a million times before.
Foshtra does not know this.
Shane is also going to watch simply because he's going to try and learn how to, live in the woods as compared to living in the streets.
Once the process of separating meat from the less edible bits begins, I am going to take a bone and just passively gnaw on it as I work. The taste is always good.
Eora will face away from that and stare into the fire and hope the sounds of the crackling kind of covers up some of the sounds of the cleaning.
Oh, there is crackling.
Not of bone. Crackling of the fire.
Foshkra's gonna take one of the bones and take it over to his bedroll and start working on it.
Oh, not you too.
Not chewing on it. I pull out a small hand axe.
into it.
No, I pull out a small hand axe and begin working it.
Shane's going to look at the other two taking bones and take a bone for himself.
I'm not
Obviously,
certain
this is-
you are able to. Never mind. Can you read this for me? I'm going to pull out with my bloody hands the letter.
Shane takes the letter and reads it.
It reads, "The Seeker's ward has been compromised by the Cabal. On the Night of Tears. I don't know what it means. I will set off tonight by foot to the duelist's quarter. May Kalishran shroud my steps."
Do you have that written down by chance?
I do indeed.
It's fell. What do you expect?
Can I have?
You may.
Thank. No.
Making weapons, I see.
I have a trait. I must use it.
You are welcome to.
After
Cheers. Yeah, go ahead.
after Chain reads the note, he's gonna turn to Reed and ask, where'd you find this?
While out hunting, a corpse.
Was it the Anubian?
Unfortunately, not. I will grasp Chain's hand. Be mindful of where your heart is. It was the only piece that was missing.
Well, I would hope mine is still in my chest. Do you know what any of this means? The Seeker's Ward, the Duelist's Quarter, Kalishran. Do you know any
Shane,
of that?
you would know where the Seeker's Ward is. It's native to the Twin Blade cities. It is the location of the divination and conjuration houses of Lysaim. They're spellcasters and the more research-oriented location of the arcane school.
They were the Divination House of who? Sorry.
The divination house of Lysaim Draconis. Or Lyceum, or however you pronounce the word.
Ah, yes.
I only know the Roll20 pronunciation of Lyceum.
I would like to come up to Chain and read the letter as well if Chain did not read it out loud.
He kind of read it out loud, but it was mostly just like to read. So like, but he as Fenton comes over, he'll hand the letter over.
Busy yourselves with it. I have more important matters to attend to. And Reed is going to start preparing, as best he can, rations for the group.
Phil, do I
Are they going to be raw?
pick up the reference to the Cabal?
Go ahead and roll a history check.
I love 8s and 9s today.
Not quite, doesn't ring a bell.
But it's safe to say I'm familiar with the Seeker's Ward and the Duelist Quarter.
Yes, that's common knowledge.
What's the Duelist Quarter?
The Nestelheim.
Yes, Lyceum Dichronis is Abjuration School?
It is sort of conjoined with the arena in the city of Estelheim. It is the Abjuration of Vacation and Transmutation House. Right, those are the houses it holds.
That sounds like it's a lot more of the combat-oriented magic.
Very much so.
I like the city
Transmutation, and
already.
Which one else?
Evocation.
Education.
The House of Education, let's kill it.
A quarter
Perfect null
of-
mind.
A quarter of the Lyceum Draconis falling in the city while we were there. This is alarming. Reed,
What?
more of this corpse was who? You said there was no heart.
Yes.
Was it a Vulpanol who?
It was a dragonborn. They were safe aside from the cavity in their chest where their heart had been extracted.
Yes, extremely safe indeed. Well, I suggest, as Reed has already, that we keep a diligent watch. If this knowledge is what got that dragonborn killed, then we now possess it.
If the night continues on, unless you'd like to have additional conversation about this or anything else.
After preparing the food and probably surprising to those of you who might have conceptions of gnolls, actually like cooking and preparing it, he is going to kind of hunker down in a spot and slowly drift into an idle state of etching shapes onto a horn.
Hey, Fel,
Yes.
where did the hunter say that the creature was probably headed off to, or probably in the area of?
He said Curious. Curious Mangrove. Yep.
Okay.
Which is the place we're going.
Incredible. Thank you.
We've gotten
Hooray.
another
All right.
incredible today.
Speaking of, the night passes without further issue. The fire maintained, night watch is kept, and the sun begins to rise on a mist-filled mountain morning. That ominous, somewhat foreboding discovery behind you. Would you like to continue? Well, the answer is yes, I suppose.
Yes.
Actually, no, I want to go back to the Twinblades.
Yeah, just hide there the rest of your life.
Are we storming the Seeker's Ward?
I'm going
That's
to
up
be
to you.
compromised by the Cabal.
Yeah, we gotta storm it.
That'll go well. So, the group of you gather yourselves, pack up your bags, roll up the bedroll, and continue along the mountainous journey.
I should mention that Lorenz is very slow in the morning.
Does
Shane has
this
a very hard
fox
time getting
even
to like
sleep?
roll his bedroll back up, like properly. You know, kind of like how like people have a hard time getting sleeping bags back in the bag.
Oh yeah, I know that
Shane-
feeling.
Shane is struggling to get the bedroll like back in a roll.
I want to say Folshka sees this and goes over and just does it for him.
Stuff it in by force.
I could totally imagine a Knoll getting so mad at that thing because instead of actually rolling it up, it just stuffs it in haphazardly. That's obviously not going to work, and it's just frustrated. So.
It's no longer a bedroll, it's now clothes. I don't
Yes.
need to worry about it, I can just lay down.
Yes.
But Folshka's roll is actually very tight and properly put away.
Y'all would have probably noticed that Reed did not sleep at all. Just kind of softly etched into a horn all night.
Leora would have
you-
noticed. She wouldn't have been sleeping well.
Some of you may have noticed that when like Chang was like taking off like his leather armor and stuff for the night, that he left his scarf on, and when he took off his gloves, he had like almost like bandage wrappings up his forearm towards his elbow.
Oopsie daisy.
The joys of not wearing armor.
I'm the type of DM who doesn't track rations. You guys are all competent adventure. Well,
Enough of us are competent adventurers to make up for the other parts.
we also have Reed, who is a hunter, and he hunts. So I don't feel like tracking ration campaign.
Valid.
Too much work.
I agree.
I shall make everyone dependent upon Reed.
Almost everyone.
That way,
Wrong.
Foshkra cannot kill me.
Almost everyone. You don't forget, growing up, having to squeeze every single resource out of literally a desert.
Yes, I noticed the squeezing.
Two sessions in, already had two players try to kill each other. Yes, I'm doing my job.
Oh, that letter was dirty.
I'm beginning to fear the amount of letters we are collecting.
We need a
What is
mail
a
room.
bad business?
Intimidated by a stack of papers.
That is
I
something else that
I
my
love
normal
writing
mind
little
will hate.
letters in my preparation for sessions. That's my favorite thing to do. In either case, the group of you marches along. The pathway is zigzagging through these individual mountains. It's not very. You don't go up and down too much, but hours pass on. The mountain range comes to its peak, and you're on your way down. You see something on the road ahead that might be the cause of a little concern. You see a deer, a small little fawn, kind of bleating on the ground. Two of its legs, the hind ones, have been snapped, and its sort of hide, you can see, has been raked. There's the partially clotted wounds of blood seeping from it, and it is bleating out into the air. Wait. Put yourselves on the map where you believe your character would be. That should not be there.
Coming from the left.
Which direction are we coming from?
Coming from the left, yes.
Okay.
Going left to right.
You can see there's the spot of a strange little creature.
My
Go.
token is square.
Your token is square. We'll fix that soon.
You went with the smug picture.
Yes.
Of course I did.
All right.
Love it.
What do you
How
got the
could I
token
not?
again? It's not letting me just like drag it off the side.
So you're on your little journal where you see your characters thingamajigger on the list
Are
of
you
characters.
clicking your portrait or your name?
I was clicking the portrait. That didn't do anything except highlight the top section, and then I clicked the name, and that also did not do anything.
So you should click and drag the name from your journal tab down into the map to place it.
Okay. I'm gonna...
There you go.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Huzzah!
Look at this wonderful band of misfits.
Oh, Lore's right in the middle.
This little deer is sort of lying in a pool of blood in the center of the trail. You can see it's sort of trying to crawl towards you a little bit, kind of pathetically just bleating out. What is it you're doing?
Reed will quietly say, "That is bait."
I'm glad I wasn't the only one thinking that.
Alright. I mean, either way, it's a waste of resources to try and save it.
We should silence it before it calls another predator down upon us.
Why don't you do it?
While the others talk, can I, this thing is past the point of surviving, right?
Most
2
likely.
legs snapped.
Yes.
The only option for survival would be a venturing party adopting it,
Correct.
not falling
Oh
for it.
no.
What is it the rest of you are doing?
I was gonna say, as soon as Lorenz says Foshkar should be the one, Foskar's gonna start walking up to it and just like flex his claws.
Alright,
Bait
move
matches
yourselves.
bait.
Sorry?
Bait matches bait.
Shark bait, ooh-ha.
What is everyone's perception checks?
Passive,
Or passive
perception?
perception, pardon me.
Passive perception. Mine is 13.
11.
11. Alright.
11.
Trying to find it.
Foshkra, you
Oh, 13.
bend down and sort of flex your claws out. Try to, I guess, describe how you're killing this thing.
I would just walk up to it and just take and quickly like grab it by the horns and under the chin and just snap its neck.
Ugh.
As your hands wrap around this thing's your hands pass right through it, as if it's some projection, an image, just right there. It lets out a bleat before fading into mist as the rest of you hear a roar coming right from your right, as it's a large, bear-like creature standing about 10 feet in height, carrying just a sort of jagged piece of rock, roars and charges at the group of you, not Foshkra.
Oh, fuck.
You're separated from the meat shield.
I will become the meat shield.
It lets out a bellow and charges right at you, but instead of raising the rock, you see it let out this horrendously pained cry as blue, vein-like structures around its body flash in brilliant light, this sort of sickly greenish teal, and kind of shudders and slams one arm to the ground. I would like, let me see, everyone except for Foshka to roll me. Actually, Fenton, you're just out of it. I would like Reed, Chain, Lorenz, and Leor to roll Constitution saving throws as a thunder wave blasts out from this thing's crashing of a hand against the ground.
Oh.
Suffering.
Suffering indeed.
Let me get better music for this. All right. Lorenz and Reed, you're able to seal yourselves on, but both Chain and Leor are flung back 10 feet. Let's see, right here. Into this brush, and you can immediately feel this sort of slick, oily substance just coat the ground of this location, and this thing bellows out a roar, and you can see fire begin to crackle at the sort of ends of its claws. I am going to call out initiative.
You know,
Do we take any damage?
Yes, thank you for reminding me. You take um 8 points of thunder damage.
Ouchie.
Ouch.
Does everyone take?
is that half
Uh,
for those who save?
Thunder wave is half, so yes. So Reed and Lorenz, you take 4 points of thunder damage instead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Don't forget to select your token before
Hey,
you
thank
click
you.
the roll button.
Oh,
Oh, damn it!
I got a 16, but it says I'm just gonna re-roll it. It's whatever.
Can I put that 20 in there somewhere manually?
Sorry?
Can I forgot to
Oh.
click my token. Can I put that 20 initiative in there manually?
If it was the first one you rolled, absolutely.
All right, how do I do that?
You can click your initiative on the initiative list.
It's not in there just yet. But,
Actually, I'll add.
that's why I was asking.
Yes. I will add you.
Okay.
Battle music.
In the case of tied initiative, is it the one with the highest dex modifier?
Correct.
Okay. Which is probably gonna be chain.
I have a +4.
Yeah, I have a +2.
That's not the name of it. Let me roll initiative for it.
Come on, low roll. Low roll. Be slow. Yes!
All right. Initiative begins after that surprise round occurred. This thing fades from the invisibility it originally was under as this lurching explosion rocked out. I'm going to place 3 circles where a pre-prepared few spells were lurking in the bushes.
A creature that can plan a trap. That's scary.
It is very scary.
Yes.
All right. It is a 10-foot square. There are 3 of them. That is not ideal. Sorry, my Roll20 artistic skills are not quite developed. All right. Reed, you are up. This large bear-like ursine creature.
Wait, what?
You should reorder the initiative.
I
assigned to these
should
things.
indeed. All right.
Then you probably want to put chain above.
Shane,
there
you
go.
are up first. You are currently on this sort of slick, greasy substance that makes it difficult to stand. I would like you to roll a dexterity saving throw.
I'm supposed to be good at those.
You are supposed to be good at those.
Why is it not rolling?
Hmm.
Our
Come on,
rogue
roll
is
20.
defective. Well,
Jesus. They rolled
now
all
it
at the same
rolled 4 of
time.
them.
That's a lot of fucking 13s.
13 success. Just barely are able to keep your footing and stand and avoid being sort of knocked into this sort of fluid slickening the ground. What is your turn? What would you like to do?
He's going to get out of the slick. And he's going to come over 15, 20, 25, 30. Come over here. And he is going to, instead of going for his bow this time around, he's going to summon his psionic blade.
Ooh.
And he's going to throw it at the bear thing.
All right, go for it. This sort of shiny blue blade appears in your hand at will.
Fuck.
Unfortunately, an 11 does not hit. You can see it just dodges out of the way. It sort of deflects this blade of psionic energy with some of its, with one of its shoulders, and sort of gives it a lurching growl at you.
Well,
The silent image has faded.
what do I want to do for my bonus action? Well, there's not really a place within my thing that I can get to hide, so I'm going to do 5, 10 for my last 10 feet of movement, and then I'm going to do my bonus action to throw a second blade.
Go for it. That will hit.
6 psychic damage. And then
You can
wait,
see
no,
it
I have
lurch.
to do my sneak attack since Reed's
Oh,
right
wow.
there.
Oh yeah, 17 points of damage.
Ooh.
Nice. You can see it sort of lurch back, but there's no physical wound or physical entry wound that you can really see. It just gives out a sort of lurching shriek and clutches where the blade impacted into its skin.
And then the blade immediately fades.
Alright, is that your turn?
Yep, that's all I can do.
Bashka, you are up.
All right. So hands pass through the goat, turn around to see this giant thing charging, roaring, smacking people into the bushes. I'm going to bonus action rage.
Go for it.
And so the full fire just ignites from within, and the claws on his hands grow larger, visibly, and he's going to charge up. That I've counted that. That's 40 feet to get there, or is that within his hitbox?
That is within his hitbox. You can shuffle yourself over one red tile.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I was in range.
Yeah, these are squares, but the tokens are circular. It is a conundrum.
All right, and then I'm going to make 2 claw attacks,
Go for it.
and they are reckless.
All right, advantage.
Yes. All right, so advantage. Turn that on.
A 24 and a 14 both will hit.
Right. Turn the rage on. For a total of 9 and 10, so 19.
19. 2 claws slash into it, fired, cauterizing some of the wounds. Instead of red blood, you can see this sort of lurching, deep blue, sort of tar-like substance leak from this thing's wounds. It looks unhealthy. It looks unnatural. Is that your turn?
That is my turn.
Awesome. Lorenz, you're up.
Lorenz is gonna do a guiding bolt.
All right. A 20 will hit.
Oh,
Go and roll damage. 46. That should be cold, right?
yes.
All right. A sort of aurora-like blast emerges. Lorenz, as a spell is uttered in the air, and you can see it just hit this thing square in the chest. Sort of ice spanning around this thing's body. It briefly slows it down for the sort of this borealic light surrounding it. Was that your turn?
That is my turn.
All right. The next person to attack this thing has advantage due to guiding bolt. You are up, Fenton.
Eee, so scary.
You can go ahead and roll a history check if you'd like to see what this thing is. Fenton knows.
I hope it is more than an 8.
Yes.
Yes.
These
Excellent.
are. These are the Saying Last Land's equivalent of a giant. They are sort of ursine-like creatures, experiments on wild boars and bears, typically done by the original House and Fairy to try to artificially create some life that could be used as guardians or as soldiers. They are embedded with arcane magic, all of them. When the House and Fairy fell and the Lyceum Draconis fled from the territory that used to be owned by the Ochre Kingdom, the experiments essentially just burst free. It is rare to see something or one of these this far south. They're mostly concentrated, mostly a problem of the northern Ochre Kingdom, but it seems one has found its way here.
Horrifying. Fenton will. I think Fenton will, surprised to see this thing charging out of nowhere, disengage and kick back to here with his wings, just kind of like a gust of air, pushing himself backwards in one movement. And as he is in the air, I will be holding the pan flute. Stand firm, Reed, and listen close. And I will play a little trill on the pan flute and give Reed a bardic inspiration.
I hate trills. Thank you.
It's a nice trill. That is my turn.
All right.
I am inspired.
Leo, you're up. Go ahead and roll me a dexterity saving throw as you are caught within this pit of grease. The grease spell.
Oh.
That is enough. You're able to pick yourself up. Probably not too happy about it covering your clothes, but what can you do?
Okay. One cell is 5 feet, so 10, 15, and 20. I'll go chill over there, outside of the trap. Thank you. I'm going to cast Firebolt.
All right.
More fire. Yes.
You have advantage since... Oh, yes, that is a critical hit.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Just taking advantage of this flash of light, your firebolt strikes the thing square in the neck. You can hear it, its shriek turn into this sort of whimpered, growled wail as fire multiplier just sort of connects right in this thing's throat. You can see fire spurt from its mouth. It's not enjoying that at all. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Go ahead and roll at this level 2d10 points of fire.
You said a D10.
A 2d10 since you crit.
2 D10s.
Yes. Oh.
Oh my god.
No!
What a waste of a crit.
Suffering. Eternal suffering. It's fine.
Still hit.
You lightly bap it.
All right. Is that your turn?
Yes.
Reed, you are up.
Is that you, Spell Eater? I'm going to maneuver to the side. Am I flanking with Vashkra?
Yes, you are.
All right. So, just being in proximity of me, my halo of spores is going to attempt to assimilate this creature. So, a con save it's probably very good at.
It's, let me see. You are absolutely right. It does succeed on that.
So it takes no damage.
Alright.
However,
So just like a bear fighting through bees, doesn't notice it very much.
it's got a lot of meat. We'll be eating
You're
good
absolutely
for
right.
weeks. If you don't mind the taste of oil. However, I am going to cast and use inflict wounds on it,
Ooh.
which should have a +2 from flanking. And can I use your inspiration on the attack roll?
You are welcome to.
Phew, so 12, 13, 14 plus d6.
Alright. That'll hit.
That'll hit.
Yes.
All right. So that is 16 points of necrotic damage to it.
You can see the black sort of energy pulses along the vein of this thing through the fur, but contrasting the sort of bluish arcane blood running through it. It lets out a yowl and sort of flinches away. Alright. Is that your turn?
Yes.
It is up. You can see it let out a snarl and whirl around. It is going to make a bite against you, Foshkret, advantage since you are reckless attacked. Let
Perfectly
me
fine.
check these out. That is going to be a 23 to hit.
I mean, yeah, that hits.
All right. It is going to use its ensnaring property. Let me pull up the specific. It is going to try to use its bonus action to essentially lock its teeth around you and pull you around, swinging around. I would like you to roll a contested athletics check with this thing. You do have advantage since you are raging.
Ooh. Okay.
Is this fair about to hit a motherfucker with another motherfucker?
Dirty 20?
It is still just going to narrowly beat you out.
Ah.
But you can see it sort of whirl you around, just teeth clamping down on your shoulder, punching through some of the scales, dragging you right here, and then brings its hands together, this ball of flame, and lets it out in a cone of fire. I would like all three of you to roll dexterity saving throws. I forgot to roll damage for you for the bite, Foshka.
Yes, you did.
You will take 5 points of piercing damage.
Halved, that is what, 2?
Yes, rounded down. Do you have any spell slots, whether they be in it or given from a spell or spellcasting feature of any way?
Me?
Yes.
The only thing I have is I can use Bonfire as
Great
a cantrip.
bonfire?
Yes.
I see. All right. That is not enough.
Let's see. Dex save. Oh, great. Yes. Oh, why did that roll with advantage?
Let me see.
Do you still have advantage checked on your sheet?
Oh yeah, I do.
I'll take the first roll.
Okay. I just wanted to
So
also
that is-
check danger
Yep.
sense.
All right.
Oh, I do have advantage on dexterity saving throws with danger sense.
Then you
Against
do.
effects that you can't see in traps. Okay. Such as and spells.
So Foshkra and Lorenz are able to sort of duck out of the way from the bulk of this blast, but Reed, it catches you right on. Foshkra and Lorenz, you take 5 points of fire damage. Reed, you take 10. Yes.
Ow.
Owie.
Fire resistance, baby.
You can see the grease pit behind you explode in a ball of fire as the burning hands connects to it. Luckily, none of you were in it.
Oh shit.
This thing's got quite a brain.
That is its
Did
turn.
it eat one of those as well?
Chain, you're up.
Let's see. Chain is. If Chain moves right here, can he still throw like in between Leora and Fenton?
Yes, you can.
Sweet.
Well, Fenton's probably flying. Chain should probably know that.
Bastard. But he is going to throw another psionic blade.
Go for it.
Woohoo!
21 will hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Sneak attack.
How would you like to do it?
Ooh.
Oh, this thing's fucking dead. So yeah, Chain moves back to the bushes. He doesn't like attempt to actually hide, but he is, you know, a coward at the end of the day. So he's going to the back of the fucking line. And he throws his psionic blade, and it kind of embeds right in the center of the bear's skull, and then fades away, leaving no mark or wound. But the bear drops.
You can see it let out a sort of pained scream, sort of clawing at the thing embedded in its skull, but it topples over. It's a large thing to topple over. You'll have to get out of the way before it falls on you, but you can see it's breathing still. It is deceased.
Oh.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
that was
give
the
it.
music.
That was the
Oh.
music drop.
Yes. It's okay. I'm still here.
Okay, it's done. Bye.
Nice. That was it.
I'm gonna give it a good thwack on the skull.
Seems very
Just
much
to be
deceased.
sure.
Nubian got breed again.
Mm.
Surprised to see one of those so far south.
Yeah. What is this bear that eats hearts?
That was I was gonna ask.
I'm not too aware if it was the one who ate the heart, but they are. Well, they were tame creations of House and Fairy at some time, but they have outlived the house, so now they roam wild.
I am certain that has great meaning to someone else.
Magical
Foshkar
bear thing.
Sorry.
That is all.
Foshkar steps around the corpse and just like gets behind the bushes and just starts looking around to see if there's another one.
Go ahead and roll a perception check.
Take advantage off.
Don't see anything else. It seems that this thing was solitary.
And with that, he lets the anger bleed away and the rage end.
Adrenaline comes to a standstill.
Claws shorten, inner fire cools.
Does anyone want this body?
What are we gonna
Yeah.
do with the body?
It is tainted. It should be burned.
Chain comes out of the bushes, like trying to like shake the grease off his fucking clothes.
Yeah, Leora does the same.
Neither spellcaster has prestidigitation. What?
No, I do.
I'm not a spellcaster. I don't have that luxury.
In that case, Reed's gonna take out a incredibly old rusty knife and is going to start working on severing one front paw.
Jane's gonna come over and ask Reed if he can cut him off a claw or pull him off a claw. Just one. I just need one claw.
You will have your trophy.
It doesn't have to be from the one that you cut off. I don't
By
think I'm
the
strong
way-
enough to get one off.
Thanks to the fire, Reed's face is a bit of a mess.
Singed fur.
Yeah, the bald spots are growing.
Is he gonna Phantom of the Opera?
Ba, 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 ba.
Yeah, I'll cut a claw and I'll cut the paw and I will wrap it in some already bloody cloth.
There's a
yeah.
lot of stuff to work through. It's a big creature, very sinewy.
Yes, that's only
Jane's
makes
becoming
it
rich.
better.
What does it smell like?
Smells a little bit like acetone. Not like normal blood.
Ooh.
There's this sort of chemical quality to it.
That makes Foster like scrunch his nose up and like snort. Just like he doesn't like that smell. But he's gonna open the jaw and grab like one of the fangs and try to like just rip it out.
Takes
Yes,
some doing, but
take your spoils. It smells a little bit like what has become of home.
Which is why I say it should be burned.
If you wish to set fire to it, the path will ensure it does not spread far.
I will let you get your due.
It's that bad, let's burn it.
Yeah, Reed has his Paul. He has his project for the next little while.
All right. As soon as Reed steps away, Foster holds out his hand, palm up, and you see fire trailing down it, and a bonfire erupt underneath the bear's corpse.
Ah.
So it goes.
Reed, are you doing all right? I can offer a bit of healing.
Healing will not be denied.
I will cast Healing Word. How do I upcast in this? I don't know.
So if you want to cast a first level spell and you have higher level spell slots, if you click on it, it should ask you what level you want to cast it at.
Let's try.
Yeah, it should prompt you.
Oh, that is not the
You do not have it set to
Let's do this one. Ah, there it is. Okay.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's max. So that will bring me up to 26.
Is Reed start trills on the pan flute?
You see like the wounds close, but it doesn't all return. Some of it looks more like plant material than flesh.
Is that unexpected or
Is what unexpected?
your wounds heal in a way I have not seen before?
There will be much to discover. I accept it because I have come to accept that I am Talani now.
And I suppose we are all still learning what that means.
Regardless, I could use some healing myself.
My apologies. Yes. I will do the same for Lorenz.
It seems that all of us are magical of a sort.
Almost.
Is that another max roll?
That
It
is
is.
another
Whoa.
max
Oh
roll.
my god. It's making up for all those 8s.
It
Alright.
is.
Jeez. It's amazing.
RNGesus giveth and RNGesus taketh away.
I always thought Roll20 hated me, but we have just never played a spellcaster.
Don't worry. It's
It'll
because
still
we're not in
disappoint you.
combat.
It'll get worse soon.
It'll just disappoint in other ways.
Onward.
I'll take one look back to make sure that the fire is not going to spread too much before leaving.
That's easy enough to do.
There was a time many years ago where this was what my people did. We walked and we burned out the sick.
I want to ask before commenting in character. Would Lorenz have seen that in his time during the seance?
Seen what specifically?
The burning of bodies.
It seems to be a common thing in the Shimmering Sands. There are quite a number of traditions that are intrinsic to anybody in the Shimmering Sands, whether they're an Ignan or part of the cities. The ones in the Shimmering Sands generally have a large respect for the dead, and one of them is giving them a proper send-off. Ash and sand is somewhat ubiquitous in the sands, so burning is an acceptable funeral.
Okay, I just want to make sure because I didn't remember if I read anything about burning, but yeah. You see that seen a few of that before. It's not a kind place out there in the sands.
I do not know if there is any place in this land that is kind. But no, the sands will not abide weakness.
They abhor of it.
Kindness is an invented term.
I didn't fully catch that.
Reed says kindness is an invented term.
Foshkar doesn't really have a response for that. He just kind of side eyes you and seems to ponder it. But does it say anything in response?
Lorenz does much the same.
There's the sound of the clopping heels of a horse coming from the direction you're headed. Rounding the corner is a figure riding a horse, and you can see sort of pulls back, balks the speed a little bit, gives a whoa, and slows it down as he approaches. It seems to be a sort of stockily built Dragonborn. Seems to have sort of silver scales to him. Kind of gives a frown and stare as sees the group of you, and he sort of mutters a command and dismounts. Oh, hello there. Travelers. Have you seen an individual, another Dragonborn, golden scales, along this pathway before?
I'll look at Reed before responding.
I have come across them, yes.
Here, recently? I'm searching for them. I'm a friend of his. I'm Duhan. I'm Conus.
Prepare your burial rites. The body is in a bush. A day's journey behind us, missing a heart.
Do we still have the letter?
Yes, of course. Where? I can see him kind of taken aback, just so they didn't expect that. Are you sure he's dead? Are you sure it was him?
It was a dragonborn with gold scales. I'll kind of reach to my pack and pull out a horn.
And you can see him, his kind of face falls a bit. He seems to recognize it just a little.
If
You took his
continue-
horn?
Of course.
Why?
That is a strange question to ask me. I'll put the horn back in the pack. If you want to feel better, I believe the burning body a few minutes that way was that which killed him.
And this was?
A bear.
What are those bears called, Phil?
Giants.
Oh, it is just called a giant. I will say as much. It was a
Yeah.
giant.
You can see him click his tongue and sort of give a side glance before returning.
What's your
Phew.
name?
Duhan. I would like to say I'm Draconis. I am an evoker. But I guess that doesn't matter much anymore.
Do we still have the letter? Who has it?
Not me.
It was handed off to Chain.
Chain handed it to Fenton. I don't know if Fenton ever handed it back or not.
Oh, birds.
If I didn't, I would like to give this silver dragonborn the letter.
Right.
This was found on his body. I don't know if you can gain insight from it. I'm not familiar with the reference to Cabal.
Wow. You can see him sort of grab the letter with his hands, run his eyes over. Seems for a second not to know what to do with it, but eventually just motions again. Can I take this? Can I keep it?
Sure. Yes, it is yours.
pockets it. Well, I thank you. I guess for dealing with the giant. He was
Can
an
I-
apprentice. He shouldn't have been out here. Yes, Shane?
I sent you a message.
Yes. Right, well, if there's anything I can say, it's that you're welcome. Yeah, if you headed to the duelist's quarter, I suppose if I'm there, you can. Uh, I'll make sure this gets to who it needs to. You've done a good service to us. Watch your backs.
What do you know of Lady Eleanor?
Ah, you can see him kind of gives a good smile. That's one. Well, put shortly, there are scientists and there are prophets. Scientists go off of measurable quantities, definable entities. We draw conclusions that which exists.
You broke off.
Lady Eleanor is a prophet. She goes off. She derives her conclusions from that which should be. I do not wish to disparage well-wishers, but when one structures a life around intangible prophecies, it does not build a good foundation for when your beliefs must be shaken. I myself find prophets solve that solution by burying their heads up their own asses.
That is the most kind thing I have been told about this character.
She's not bad. The Watchers do help those they can. They've done good work. They're a charitable organization. I do not wish to say poor things about them. It is just that the Lyceum does not encounter the divine very well.
I will look at the others and say, I have no more words.
Well, Jakar, perhaps we will see you in Estelheim in that case. Are you traveling all the way down to the Twin Blades now?
Well, I was intending to find the that's apprentice, but I suppose I'll look for his corpse and bring it home. My priority is now delivering this message to who it should go to. I should be on my way.
Shane darts forward and holds a sonic dagger to his neck. Who are you and who do you work for?
Shane.
What the hell do you can see him sort of give a he sort of raises his hands like what in the hells?
Who are you and who do you work for?
I
What are you
am
doing?
my name is Drahar. I am an evoker from Est. What are you asking?
I want to do another insight check.
Go for it. Can't
13.
Can't tell much. Seems earnest. He seems bewildered, genuinely. I work for the preceptor there. I don't know what you mean.
Chain is going to use a new ability. Let's see. So, Reed and Foshkra will hear Chain in their minds. Let's see, I have to roll a d6.
Oh, I know this ability. We have a psychic rogue in my other campaign.
So we'll be active for 2 hours. There's something off about this guy. I recognize his clothes, but I don't know where. And he's staring me down.
Shane, there is a quarter of Lyceum Draconis in the Twin Blades. I'm sure you've seen their like before.
No, you wouldn't have
Oh,
heard that. That was
okay. I didn't hear.
that
I
was
didn't stay.
yeah. That was said via the psionic
Telepathic
link.
Gift
Yeah,
of gab. It never happened.
So only Reed and Foshkra heard it.
Reed acts like he hasn't heard it.
Foshkra just kind of like looks around, like looks at Chain, and then, but does and as he hears him, but doesn't see his mouth moving, so he's like confused.
Tell your Kenku to get off me. I don't know what it did.
I will try to pull Chain back.
Little bird, what are you hunting?
I'm very sorry. I don't know why he's doing this.
Chain is gonna try and shrug Fenton off and keep his psionic blade at the Dragonborn's neck here.
Look, I don't know what is going on, but
Why are you looking at me? Why are you staring me down? Why do I recognize your clothing?
I don't.
Who are you?
I don't. Look, I've lost a friend today. I was told by the preceptor that an individual is scampered out in the night after the stars fell. I was supposed to search for them. I was his friend.
That note. Give it to us.
Right. He pulls it out, hands it back. He didn't tell me why I was supposed to find him. Just that I was supposed to. I guess that's the reason.
How...
Chain says in the telepathic link again that he was. I could tell he was hostile. There's something off about him.
Looking between Chain and the Dragonborn, is there any thing to see that would verify what Chain is saying? To
You can
visually
roll
confirm it.
check.
Oh,
It's difficult to tell. Tensions are high. This Dragonborn seems earnest. Chain also seems very earnest. Exceptionally earnest. Look, I just want to be on my way. I don't... Did you kill him? Was it you?
Of course, it wasn't me.
It
Was
seems
it you?
No.
Chain, for the love, let him go.
Look, I don't know who you are. If you have issues with me, please take it up with the preceptor. I'm sure he'd be happy to speak with you, but not if you kill another one of his people.
Which
Oh, great.
preceptor? Which city?
It's it is Nestelheim, the preceptor of devastation, Cynthia. Gold Dragonborn. That was her son.
Shane, let the man go. He's been nothing but kind.
I saw it in his eyes.
Shane, this is the real world. I don't know what happened to you in the Twin Blades, but this is just a man.
Precisely. And now he thinks that you are responsible for the other one. So stop while you're ahead.
Shane, go ahead and give me another in check. Just based on everything that this mannerisms have given you, this individual. Shane, it's very difficult to tell. This individual does seem very earnest. There's just still something lurking in the back of your mind. You have seen the clothing of this individual, not the individual, but the exact clothing this individual is wearing somewhere. You can see this kind of sort of elegant robe, very loose-fitting, sort of brownish clothing, pants.
I didn't know the Cabal had a outfit requirement.
But I still don't know like where exactly I've seen it before.
No?
Fuck.
Go ahead and give me an intelligence check. I'd say that's in terms of memory, that would be the one. But you can't gain anything from this individual's behavior, mannerisms.
Fuck me, dude.
No!
It's slipping your mind.
God, this is so fucking agonizing.
Storytelling.
Alright. What's the plan? What are you doing, Shane?
Shane is gonna turn to Reed for guidance in this telepathic link. Reed, what should I do? I don't know.
There's silence.
Fuck.
Reed will out loud say, "Are you sure you wish to choose this hunt, little bird?"
You hear Shane mimic one of Reed's snarls that he heard while they were out together,
Excellent.
and he and oh god. How hostile was the look that he was giving Jane?
It wasn't, I'm going to kill you. It was more, oh, I've seen you before. And I thought more of like an, oh, I've seen you before kind of thing. What are you doing, Shane? Just not fighting back in any way, just kind of there. You can see the eyes of this dragonborn are wide. You can almost feel the heart beating. You can see him kind of licking his lips, like nervously.
There's like a million different thoughts rushing through Chain's head. The fact that he can't place where he's seen this clothing before is fucking killing him. And if he were alone and it was just him and this guy would 100% be dead right now. but the fact that he's been charged with sticking with this group, he knows probably at least 2 of them wouldn't be too disturbed with this, but the other 3. So he mimics that snarl from Reed, and the Psionic Blade disappears, and he steps back.
The Dragonborn immediately just brushes down his clothing, takes a shrug, steps back in a huff. I don't know. I earnestly don't know who you are. If you have questions, I'll be in Estelheim at some point, I hope. Unless another Kenku gets me. Turns and saddles onto the horse. Thank you for your help.
Stone's blessings, Jakar. I apologize.
I'm glad one of you is.
I'm very sorry.
He whips the horse and continues going on his way.
I've
Shane,
never
what in
had
the
horse
hell was that?
before.
You don't understand, you damned Aarakocra.
I clearly do not, but if you could help me, then we could get somewhere.
I've seen. So Chain is like becoming more animated, but because he can only mimic, his voice is staying like exactly the same. So he's like pacing and like speaking with his hands, but his voice is still just like flat toned. Like, I've seen those clothes before. I don't know where. He was looking at me. It was hostility.
Chain,
I don't know what's going on.
Lyceum Draconis has a quarter in the Twin Blades. I'm sure it's common clothing.
Would I recognize that as the Lyceum Draconis? Like hearing the name?
No, it doesn't. It's not affiliated with Lyceum. Or at least what you recognized. It's clothing of a spellcaster of some kind. But you're still not quite sure where.
It's not of the Lyceum Draconis. It's something else, and I can't. You see, he like knocks on his head with his hand. I can't think of it.
All right. Take a breather, everyone. Just take a fucking breath.
Chain, I want to side with you, but suppose you did not kill him, but had you, a man in familiar clothing giving you a dirty look is a reason I have not heard yet for murder.
You would
Must be
fit.
nice growing up in a place where that doesn't mean murder.
You would fit in Torres's.
I
But
don't know if that's a compliment.
it is not. Remember the face, the clothes. You will find
I
time
remember the
to
clothes,
hunt.
but I don't know where.
All right. I don't think this is a good idea to push any further than what's already happened. A man was threatened for I don't know what reason, and apparently Jane can't remember precisely as of this moment. And trying to force that to happen isn't working. So you need to collect, breathe, and move on.
Thank you, Lorenz.
Hmm.
Well said.
Yes. Breathe.
All right.
Fenton will take to the air and keep heading north.
And the final straw.
And Shane sprints down after the dragonborn.
Oh yes. Shane cannot run a horse.
I've
What's
never had
Shane's?
horse
I
before.
think he actually can at this point with mobile and with cunning action, if he put his mind to it.
Yeah, he'd be able to do 120 feet per 6 seconds.
Oof.
20 feet per second is insane.
Chain
All
is
right.
tweaking.
So I imagine we're just continuing walking after that.
Indeed. It is a little bit past the session time, so the group of you gather yourselves after the combat and this near combat with this other mage from Lyceum Draconis heading
Poor
southward.
innocent traveler.
Oh yeah.
Wasn't innocent. I'm telling you, he wasn't innocent.
The mountains fade into a rather dark, overhanging, large treed a wood south of the Kiris Mangrove, a rather pleasant place for those who enjoy the forest sceneries. The mountain pass blends into a forest trail where trees have been carved just far enough for carts to travel through. You don't have any at the moment, and it's an enjoyable walk. Thank you for the second session of this campaign. I hope you had fun. Let us not wait too long for the next one.
Oh, it will be, though.
Next week?
The
This
next
party's
week
a-
cannot do.
Ah.
Well, we just have to kill the other players.
No, we can't do that.
Who will stop me?
You guys have your Curse of Strahd next week?
Curse of Strahd is next week, yes. It
Ah.
would have been done by now if sessions were consistent. However,
I don't know what happened. They just decided no more ever. They wanted us to play. I thanked them.
Yeah, we're more important.
We are more important.
This story is more important. Like, what was it? Like the first 2 hours, we didn't really do anything because it was just a bunch of talking and role playing.
how dare you say that's not doing anything?
It's just bad. This party is alarmingly dysfunctional, though. It's so scary.
Look,
Everything I could have hoped for.
Yeah,
the
I mean, but
first
it's
2
also
hours was brilliant.
yeah, and it's also like one of those things. Like
Yes.
we don't know each other. How
We
can we
don't.
just So like Shane
Yeah.
does something like that. How can anyone have his back? Nobody knows.
Yes.
Nobody knows
I
him
know.
yet.
It's great, isn't it?
I was ready to bomb.
Nobody knows why he's paranoid.
Exactly. Not
They're
even
just-
Shane.
Crazy.
I've seen those fucking clothes before, man.
He's gonna start drawing the clothes on the walls in his.
Yep, congratulations, you're a null now.
That was the only like sign of frustration that he could like think to mimic in the moment, because he had heard it most recently.
Yes. This
He doesn't know.
dysfunctional.
He doesn't know anything that there's different snarls in Knoll culture, but he just knows it's a snarl.
I love the disparity between it's Fenton, Leora, and Lorenz. We're having a jolly good time, and then it's Chain, Foshkra, and what is it? Reed after each other's throats.
What do you
I
mean?
had it in my hand.
This is a jolly partnership.
I have to admit, I did not expect Reed to actually be giving away the food. I thought he was luring in some.
Same.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna fucking do some shit.
It's,
And
it's
then
like,
the
hey,
Chain hate him too.
Oh my God, yes.
hey, Chains! Where can I find the people who nobody would notice were missing?
But that
Why
is.
are there black feathers in your teeth?
Let me tell you, the fact that he did do that is the reason why he trusted him to try and like seek like him out in that fucking high tension situation.
And then you
Unironically,
connected to Foshk.
Well, so he can do it to 2, and he knows that Foskra. I mean, he saw him attack Reed earlier, and so he knows that, you know, if shit hits the fan, he'll at least fight before asking questions.
Trigger the
I
loose
love how
cannon.
much. I love how much you guys already hate one certain NPC so much.
A
I don't
fucking
even know
jackal!
why, and it's bothering me.
But Reed and Foshkar are just allies because we both want the same person dead.
Enemy of my enemy.
Yes.
But also using a psychic link on the character with less than 10 intelligence without explaining what it is and how it's going.
Let me tell you, the fact that that chain did that and got nothing back absolutely made it worse. The fact that he reached out to people and it was just silence.
Changes the 2 people that could not respond.
Oh, I love how dysfunctional everyone is. Great.
But just wait in a few sessions in the future, in sessions after drama and shenanigans, is gonna be great.
It's gonna be great.
It's gonna be the point where we just do shit because we know that somebody else is gonna do something to follow up on it without even planning it.
It'll be beautiful, eventually.
We're all gonna be besties.
If I remember last week's date discussion, was October 12th the next possible opening?
Let me check my calendar.
Wait, we're gonna have to wait that long?
So in 3 weeks.
Oh no.
How will I survive?
I mean, I have my other campaign that's on Saturdays, but that campaign's about to end.
Let me see. So
Don't worry. Just because our game master is not available doesn't mean we can't simply convene without him.
And grind off screen.
Yes. So I did some off-screen mining.
yeah. If you do want to meet up and then roleplay, even out of time, actually.
What, like a campfire channel?
Campfire on the road.
A written channel?
I mean, there are many discussions that we are having that we are not having, so.
Yeah, if you'd like to.
Yeah, let's make an off session just like whenever we are traveling or not in an important time-sensitive situation, we can just have some conversations while we wait for the next session.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
That sounds fucking awesome.
Sure.
That way we are entertained and hyped for the next session.
It also keeps us. It also keeps the characters fresh in our minds,
Oh yeah.
and allows those
Congratulations.
who haven't had a lot of experience doing live action role playing like this more chances to actually get in character and respond as character.
Sure. If you'd like that, I can set that up.
Congratulations. This is now a text RPG community.
Oh boy.
We're gonna start needing admins in multiple channels and locations.
Too many channels.
We're gonna need
All right.
Copper Box.
I am going to stop the recording here.